Hey guys, I'm live. Wasn't anticipating going live. But the chat is up. Anyway, really out of it. It's open. If you want to sit and chat, I need to put up on top chat. Live chat. There we go. Okay. I'm not going to be talking just yet. This was an unexpected thing. It was talked about once. Let's see. Come on in, have a seat, sit down, start yapping, talking away with each other, do whatever you want for a while. I told Derek I would do this. I'm really out of it at the moment. So if you guys want to talk, go for it. I don't have anything that I'm going to be doing. Anything specific. I'm not talking about anything specific. I've got this opened up for you guys. So if you want to be here, chat away. Hey, Christine. Hi. Chat away. I need to make a trip to the bathroom. So, guys, come on in. Talk away amongst yourself. I'll turn the lights on. I will be back shortly. Hi, Bomber. Hi, Debster. Hi, Derek. Hi, Christine. I will be right back. I got to hit the bathroom. Okay, so I'm going to go up. I'm going to leave it up at the ceiling for right now. I haven't gotten anything set up. Anyway, feel free, chat away. Okay. My channel is open. Open to talk. And if you hear to T8, okay, I'm putting up a number of, okay. Hitting the bathroom. Talk away, guys. I'll be right back. almost there, guys. See if we can get your Christmas lights on. Well, we're going to lose a fan. So, Christmas lights, we're going to lose it. But that's fine. Oh, I hadn't figured out what day I was going to do this. Apparently, it's this day. Okay. And I need to get something to drink. Oh, there's quite a few people in. Hi, guys. I will be back shortly. Might be a good idea to put a regular light on instead of having that minuscule crappy thing. Okay. Yeah, that's on high. Okay, so we've got a fan going. That's good. I don't want my crappy chair shown, so hang on. Almost there. Okay. Yes, yes, and yes. All right. All right, here's that. And that, and this, and that. Be right back. Okay. Oh, and somebody pick a subject. Pick a subject and I'll start yapping about it. Oh, it's been ages since I've done this. Never done it on YouTube though. Alright. Oh, if we're gonna do that, let's pull out. Where's the UFO baby picture? Come on. Oops, timber. We're gonna do that. Then we're gonna have to have that out. Oh, I'm not pulling that shit down. Alright. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Come on. Get up there. Put Keith's book up. And promote Keith. Okay. Alrighty, Freddy. I think I'm fucking ready now. I'll use the F word. I'm probably gonna dock me something for it. Alright. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, folks, let me get geared up and see what the hell's going on chat. Oh, we got 8. Cool. Alright. Lip balm might be good. Since I'm gonna be yapping away. Alright. Hi, guys. Okay. Oh, and you can't really see it. Well, shit on a stick. Alright. Let's see. What do we got going on? Oh, Simon, but she can't play darts. I remember that conversation. Yeah. I'm really, really fucking good at pool. I suck at darts. Hey, Bomber. Okay, so we've got Derek. Okay. Nathan! Hey! It's good seeing you, dude. Okay. Oh, God, we had quite a conversation. Okay. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Deb. Okay. Electric Cuttlefish. Peekaboo. Hi. Show a lot of people in chat. Hi, Derek. That's what I turn the camera up to the ceiling. Yeah. I didn't have a bra on. I had to go put a bra on. I mean, hello. That's kind of a big deal. Nathan. Yep. Yeah, okay. There's been a ton in chat the last few times I've checked in over there. Over where? Where did I miss that? Hey, Simon. Really got the link in. Yeah. Oh, you got the link? The actual link? Oh, cool. Thank you, Tim. Although hopefully you don't get nailed for that. If you need any help, let me know. I need to contribute to the cause. Okay, Nathan, I need to find the link for your show. Anybody else got a show? I will try and figure out how to put a link in. I know how to do it. I'm very inadept. Oh, we're losing people. Hey. Okay, so first subject, Nikki could beat you all in pool. Yeah, I had a team who of billiards. Billiards is different than pool. Anyway, I had a that's gonna drive me nuts, and that's wrong. I had a group that I was in a tavern with family, all adults, and they saw me playing pool with my family, and I had many team members of their team come at me going, we want you on our team. And I'm like, I didn't even know there were pool teams. Made sense. But anyway, you don't have to get everything set up. It's just casual. Yeah, I know, Chris. It is casual. It's just certain things you got to do as a woman, you know. Okay. Now let me get down. That water probably tastes good. Nikki, where do you live? What time zone? I am in Washington State, Pacific Standard Time. I don't think so. Deb, I don't think she is in here. Maybe chatting to somebody. Tennessee, let's see. I'm not surprised. Amazing dates. Oh, I didn't realize you were in Tennessee. Okay. What else do we have here? You sent me the wrong link, Tim. Oh, there she is. Okay. I can't sleep. Hi, Nikki. Nice to meet you. Hello, Electric Cuttlefish. So finally here. Okay, so somebody pick a subject. We'll talk. I've not done the YouTube thing before, but I have done. I've been part of after parties and things like that. So, in Skype and stuff. So, I mean, not it. And welcome, everybody. Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I don't know what the fuck we're going to talk about tonight. Seriously. It's been a weird day. Really, really, really weird day. Okay. Aliens, good or evil? Oh, there you go, Derek. It depends on who you talk to, of course. And we just had this conversation not only in chat, but on Dave's show, listening into Dave's show. Sorry, my fingers are popping. And talking about good versus evil versus good experiences, bad experiences, and indifferent experiences regarding ETs. And all of you folks most of you know that I have, most of the old timers of Dave's show know that I've been an SOR chatter since when Dave was had started in with Spreaker. So it's been like 5 years. So I've been a listener for quite some time, and for the first 2 to 3 years, I was in every day, Monday through Sunday. Helped alleviated a lot of stress. So, oh, no, do we have a random guy in here? If he's in here, if he comes in here and watches, you and I are going to have conversations. Anyway, uh-oh. Well, I tried to get in the right statement off of my Angels Are Life account. So, and is anybody else having issues with YouTube? I keep coming up with issues with YouTube where, like, I'm typing, it doesn't matter what show it's on, but it usually does happen on SOR. But it happens on all of them. Where this account, the Restore Belief with Nikki, ends up getting nailed for no apparent reason, and I'm not allowed to type. Or what I do type in post doesn't show up. Anyway, if you have that, let me know. And as we all know, or as those who are in here know, I'm an ET abductee from early childhood. I'm 55, and ET experiences all my life. So if you didn't know that, you now know that. What else? Psychic medium, blah, blah, blah. Paranormal, blah, blah, blah. I've experienced shit ton in my entire life. Have 26 hybrid children. That's always interesting to have a conversation with people. I no longer give two shits if, excuse me, if anybody believes that or not. Somebody out in public brings up certain things, I'll have a conversation with them. I get awfully tired of people projecting negativity. So I try to flip the script, as I call it. Debster, Nikki, yes, YouTube chat freezes a lot this week. Solar flares. Yeah, I knew about the solar flares, but it's been happening off and on for like the last 3 to 4 weeks. Lots of tech issues. Yeah, that's for sure. Lots of tech issues this week. Yeah, 26 is enough to fill our lives with. Oh my God, no shit, Sherlock. Oh my God. Yeah, there are stories that I could easily talk and tell about. Some of them. I don't remember every single one of them. But I am one of those, how do I say this? Moms, I'm still, I have one biological human child, and it's so bizarre for me to even say it that way. Oh, get off my screen, you stupid little notification. Go away. I don't even know why you're calling up. Anyway, and it just, that's why I made a statement to Marquise. I was like, wait a minute, dude. No, it's not all this one specific way. It may appear that way, but it's not. And I'm one of those. There were reasons why they shut down my memories. I had an ET experience when I was about 7. We're at a 7 to 9 foot tall, what I still classify as a reptilian. Talk to our Keith Andrews, he calls it something different. But in my child mind, I had it was very much reptilian to me. But when I've talked to Keith about it, he can tell you exactly what type it is and ET and all of that. But it was standing at the foot of my bed, and I was being brought back, and it had cloaked itself. And so basically, and I'd been on and off craft for by that time all my life, and it should not have been any big deal. And it was. Okay, I'm not reading chat. I need to be. I don't know how the hell Dave does that. I mean, that's major kudos to him. I used to be able to do all of this. Welcome, Lovey Love. First time here. Okay, Dave, really, what did Dave say? He's felt. Really? Okay, who are we talking about? Who's... Let me go back up. Let me scroll back up, guys. 26 is enough. Yeah. Nathan from the Quantum Show says, "Yep, I stopped caring if people believe me on things. They can live their they can live their illusions. Right the F on." Have to demand to be part of the fucking club, y'all. That's 8 is in. Oh yeah, 8 is yeah. Absolutely. Okay, I must have missed something. It's not showing up. Okay, who is not wanted by most of Deb? Who are you? I must have missed who you guys are talking about. Oh, Keith. Yeah, he's a dear one. He's very cut and precise about things, but he is a dear one. I've met him face to face, and holy crap on a cracker, folks! This man has energy. I can't even. Here's an R. Keith Andrews story. When I first met Keith, I was at a Paracon, and there was so much going on, and I knew I needed to meet him. And the energy, and he's real good about keeping his own energy. And I went to shake his hand, and oh my God. And of course, some of you know that your hand, the palm of your hand, specific area right here, is a form of a chakra on each one of your hands. And you can do very, very specific energy with it. And so when we shook hands, it was like a gigantic, not an energy bomb, but a gigantic energy wave. And it rocked me. I was like, whoa. And we had quite the conversation after that, and we talked a number of things that we talked about, but one of them was chakra systems. And I had said that there were 76 chakras, and he just looked at me and he goes, "No, there's more than that." And I can't remember his exact answer after that, but what I remember feeling and walking away from that was like hundreds, if not thousands. I mean, it blew my mind. And now, and back then, I had done higher consciousness work. I had been in higher, I had been in higher consciousness after that time frame. I think that was September of 2019. I can do out of body. It's not astral. Okay, this is very different than astral. I can be in 5 locations at once, including my own body, in higher consciousness. And it's not remote viewing. It's very different than remote viewing and than astral travel. And it's not something that I can do on the spot and show somebody, and it doesn't work like that. It's usually on an emergency basis, and I just automatically go. And I will stay with my body. One part of me stays with my body, but yet I will be in 4 or 5 different locations at the same time and viewing them as if I'm actually there. Telling you what's in the room or what's around the building or what's walking down the hallway or describing very detailed things. Okay, I haven't looked at this again. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Dave is a multitasker. Yeah, he is. Okay. RG. Got it. Okay. Yeah, a lot of folks don't like him. I'm not especially enthusiastic. But for me, I see both sides of it regarding RG. I knew somebody that had higher clearance than him. And I got to be really freaking careful in talking about this. I have been specifically told that it could get me dead. But yeah, I knew somebody who had extremely high clearance. And so I see a lot of where RG is coming from. And oddly enough, where Grusch is coming from. And somebody in chat tonight on Dave's show was talking about quit calling him a whistleblower. Well, here's the thing. The man is a whistleblower. But the thing that the chatter had said, and I don't remember who it was, it is factual. He had to have a lot of things that he's talked about approved of. But at the same time, he's still classified as a whistleblower. So it's a twofold situation. Yet at the same time, the man had some extreme clearances. So, there's other things I want to say, but I don't dare because I don't want to get myself into trouble or my family or get dead. So, and my loved one is now, they were a loved one of mine and they're now deceased. They're on the other side. And man, it's like, come after me. You're not only going to deal with him, you're going to be dealing with a number of military, let alone angels, archangels, and a lot of ancient families. So I work really hard on not having. I go through anger periods or cycles, whatever you want to call it. We all do. But I try really, really hard to keep that under control because of my abilities. Because if you have any abilities, the angrier you get, the more predominant your abilities become, and they can be very dangerous. And I don't know if you guys are still chatting. Yes, you're still. Oh my God, yes, you are. Okay. Oh, I want to be respectful to you. I've learned very carefully how to deal with my abilities. When this is in response to Deb, I had to learn. I had the what I call the government asshats coming at me. Embrace your anger, yeah, from Nathan. Embrace your anger. It gives you focus, gives you strength, but I choose not to do that. No, I get strength and focus. Very focused. Hello to whoever came in. I'm trying to keep up with chat. I'm very not well, but I'm catching most of it. Excuse me. So whoever else who popped out and came back in, and brought other people. Oh, I know you do, Deb. I know you do. But thank you. Hey, Para. Yeah, don't be lurking. Say hello. Anyway, so if you have anger, you got to learn to control it, especially if you have abilities. I got to be careful how I say it. I have talked about this repeatedly. I am going to talk about this again in 2019. Early 2019, I was at a conference, and I've been threatened with legal action for talking about this. So, but I talk about it very carefully so that I can't get sued, because nobody's anyway. So, basically, what it boils down to is in 1987, 86 or 87, my family got our hands on a book that was snuck out of the government, basically. At least that's what we were told. And we got a chance to read it. And I will eventually have one specific live broadcast where I will be reading exactly what took place and what happened. But basically, because of that, in 2019, I was very curious, and there was a government person at this conference, and I asked them about it. And 4 days later, I had deep black government psy-ops, psychic psy-ops, basically come in. And I have been pestered ever since. And what I mean by pestered is I've had, and this has been validated by other psychics. It's been validated by other retired military personnel who do astral protection, who do higher consciousness, who do a wide range of. I've got really good friends. Just put it that way. So it's been validated. It's been confirmed by a lot of other people. And I had to have help getting rid of one specific son of a frickin' piece of human being who was in Astral, who entered my home. And basically I couldn't get them to leave because I was still learning about a specific kind of new abilities that were coming into play for me. And I called on my friend, and they were like, I will be right there. And within seconds, they were here. And this is a story that I will continue to tell because it's specific about the kind of shit government does in some of their there's a couple of certain programs that I have learned, and my name is obviously on some list, if not one. I know it's on one, and I believe it's possibly on 3. That's psychic information, but I know for sure it's on 1. And lo and behold, my friend came in and she said the individual was cloaked, very piss poor cloak. And I said, yeah, I know, I can sense them, I can feel them, I can even tell you what they look like. But I'm not psychically visually seeing them. And lo and behold, she figured out a way to remove his cloak. Very good. This is an individual. She's very, very freaking good. And yeah, Dave knows her. There's a number of folks who know her. She's retired military, and she's dealt with paranormal for a long, long time. And was on a protective team. It was on a paranormal protective team for quite some time. Emergency paranormal protective team. And so she basically said, he's all yours. And I didn't even, it was instinct. I did something, I didn't even think about it. It was just boom. And she literally comes out and says, and this is a quote that I will never forget. She goes, damn, Chica, I don't ever want to piss you off. And I'm like, why? She goes, do you realize what you just did? And I said, no. I said, I know that I did this, 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 and this. And she goes, do you know how rare that is? And I'm like, nope. Just automatically did it. Because this person was being, it was not nice. And they had been coming in and out of my home in Astral repeatedly. And I could not get rid of them no matter what I was doing. And I called on her, and she's just like, well, this is how we're going to go about it. And then he's all yours. And I just instantaneously did this thing, and he was gone. He did not learn his lesson because 3 weeks later he came back. Basically, let's put it this way. I made it to where he had to climb up. He couldn't travel in Astral anymore. And it took him 2 weeks to retain getting back into his body, so to speak. Not sure quite how to phrase that. And then it took him another week to be how do we say, recover would be the word. And I laugh about it now. And this is an older gentleman. I say older gentleman because this number of years ago, and I think he was in his late 60s, early 70s. And to me, that's not really older, but that's how I think of it right now. I still think of it that way. And then he brought, little bastard, brought back an apprentice. And I looked at her, and they were standing about 6-7 feet away from me. About 6 feet. 6 feet? Yeah, I'm usually pretty good with measurements. About 6 feet away from me. And I knew when they walked in, and I felt them. I turned and I looked, and I couldn't see them like me seeing the chat going up and the background on my wall and all this other shit. It was different. I could see them psychically. I couldn't see her face real clearly, but I could see her body, her hair. Then all of a sudden, I was being shown her eye color and her facial expressions, but yet I couldn't it was like a fuzzy picture. And I went, oh, you MFer are back, and you brought somebody with you. And look at that, she's younger. And the next thing I hear out of her mouth is, I want to get the hell out of here. She knows we're here. She's not supposed to know we're here. We're not even supposed to be doing this. And he's trying to get her to shut the F up. And she is just talking a mile a freaking minute. And I stand up and I walk over and I'm like, you will leave my house, and you will leave my house now. Because if you do not, you know what I did to you last time will be nothing compared to what I will do to you this time. And I said, as for you, you better not ever return to my home. She did. Twice. She was in my home twice. And the second time, she made it. I freaked her out so badly, basically, and I'm not going to talk about what I did, but I freaked her out so badly that she reported him. Let's just put it this way. And I found out because of her freak out chattering that he was not supposed to be even there. And that he had found out about me from the CIA. And that that was actually how I found out that I had a file. Pissed doesn't even come close. So, mind you, this is after the government asshats. This is quite some time after those MFers tried to come after me. And I had 6 guys in my bedroom try to connect to me. We are Groot. I looked down, and that's awesome. Anyway, so I had 6 guys, and actually it was really 3 of them because they were projecting another 3, but they were in a specific method and operandi. And mode of operandi, yeah. I just need to come out and say it. These MFers can affect you when you sleep. So I was in REM sleep in my bedroom in bed. And I know military. There's a very specific way military personnel walk. There's a specific way about how they hold themselves. and carry themselves and how they walk. Even the 80-year-olds, that are still upright and active and very doing things, they still have certain aspects of that military time, whether they spent 10 years in military or 20 or 30 or however long. Yeah, it's a posture. Love says posture. Yeah, it is. It's a Tim. Yeah, thumbs up. um, and so I want 6 guys in my bed. Bomber, you and I can have conversations. Anyway, do you wielding your weapon? That's quite all right, Nikki. That's okay, Bomber. Anyway, so here I am, sound asleep, and I'm dreaming of something very specific, and I knew. My filter is broken. Honey, you're fine. Just say it. You're fine. You can say whatever you want here. I try to control my stuff, and everybody they have their own opinions. I get that. Anyway, so these guys, and basically what these guys do is it's a form of damn it, I just had it and now it's gone. It's a very, very specific form, and what I have learned over the years is this. God, you guys. Anyway, I gotta not look at chat right now. It's starting to get me laughing. Yeah, when people keep it real, right the heck on. We got free space here, no tools. Yeah. There was a no, I'm okay. So Paramarv is saying, are you talking about Havana syndrome type stuff? No, at this moment, no, it's not remote viewers, Nathan. No, every time I say that word, Tim, there's algorithms with YouTube, and they remove there's something with it. It's they minimize more of your stuff, so it gets very frustrating. So that's why I use a phrase called mudder, MUDDER, plucker or pucker now. Besides, then I don't get into trouble with the hierarchies, let alone the fairies or fae. Oh my god, that's a whole nother subject. Anyway, so here I am in the bedroom. I'm asleep, dreaming of something very specific. And these 3 guys walk up. This is not normal in this specific dream. This is a dream that I had once before. I had to think about that once before. It's kind of a treasure dream. And these 3 guys walk up, and I instantly knew I was in trouble. Like, I woke up, sound sleep. Yeah, I said it, so hopefully I don't get nailed. Anyway, I sat. I keep saying I sat straight up in bed, but what I did is I sat up on my. I was wide the f awake. Sat up on my elbow, threw my legs over the bed, which, let me tell you, with a back injury, that's not easy, not fun. And I instantly knew I was under attack. And these guys were still psychically connected to me. Not psychology-wise, folks, psychically connected. They made a very specific link. So, this is what I found out about government. In one of their deep black programs, through a company I haven't figured out which company yet, but when I do, believe me, I'm going to let it be known. I'm going to say the name. I'm going to say the project name. I'm going to let every aspect of it out, because this program needs to be effing shut down. I've got that. You want to know where my anger comes from? Right there. So this is what I found out about it. They can go in and go through your memories while you're sleeping, because you are in a very specific state of mind while you're sleeping. Supposedly your brain is sleeping, is at rest. It's at the most restful state, right? These bastards are able to access your memories. Well, guess what these assholes wanted from my memories? They wanted the information on the book, because I asked somebody in government about the book. And this is why, psychic warfare, Paramarv. Okay, who did you piss off to end up in psychic warfare with the government? I can tell you that right now. I can't, three-letter agency, starts with a C, ends with an A. Super freaking easy. Hello, Jeanette. Angel has 2 L's. Angel? Anyway, hello. Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. Anyway, so night, Debster. I gotta bounce. Gotta see you tomorrow. Stay safe and sweet dreams. Well, take very good care, my dear. Anyhow, so here we are. These 3, I'm going to go back. So that's who it was. And I found out that they are going and doing this, and hopefully I don't get this shut down. I mean, seriously, you guys will know this information. At least it's out there. I have talked about it repeatedly on many different shows. Couple of them have been terrestrial radio. Most of them have been podcasts. So, thank you, Debster. Just got a notification you subscribed. Thank you. I appreciate it very, very much. Anyway, so, hi. Hi, Janet. Okay, so these 3 individuals, they were men. I was sleeping and dreaming this specific dream. These 3 come walking up. They had projected another 3 more. I got up woke straight the F up, and ended up, possible Derek. I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to figure out what day is going to work for me. It just happens that today works. So I'm hoping it might be every Friday. If not, it's probably going to have to be every Tuesday. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out, because I've got stuff going on in my life, and it's pretty... Yes, you are, my dear. You're a very good promoter. Thank you. Anyway, so these guys, I wake straight up. I sit straight. I end up sitting up. And I made a beeline out here into my living room. And you see a plant. That's a part of a 60-year-old Christmas cactus. The other half of it is in my dining room, because it takes up a lot of space. So if you see little things behind my head, that's what that is. I don't know why, but I just unexpectedly had to say that. So I came out here and instantaneous. I mean, I was pissed. I was livid. Rage is more along the lines, and I protected myself. These MFers were still psychically connected to me, and with what I did, I'm going to call it an energy burst. I'm not going to ever say how. But I did an energy burst, and the next thing I hear, see, they still think I was sleeping. I was not sleeping because I, in the dream, I had literally closed the door on them, the actual door of this house on them, and they apparently still thought I was sleeping. Hey, Amy. Hi, darling. It's kind of like an after parties. We've been going for about, well, according to this, about 56 minutes. And I'm talking about the very first incident of 2019, which I know you know the story of. An Amy sighting. So I could psychically feel that they still believed I was in bed laying down. And yet I was standing up. I was out here in the living room, and I protected myself and forced them to disconnect with me. And in the process of doing the energy, I hear the loudest high-pitched scream from a man I've ever heard in my life. And basically, I damaged him. And what I didn't know is that I didn't know until a number of days later, because I could somehow, I was still psychically, I was connected, but not that kind of connected. And I got told by the hierarchies, I got told by my spirit guides, I got told by other spirits, and I knew from them that this individual will no longer be able to work. He will no longer be, well, he'll be able to work, but he will no longer be able to be a psychic. He will no longer be able to do the kind of work that he was doing, which I'm very thankful for, honestly, because doing the kind of work that I found out that they're doing, they can go into they can disguise themselves in dreamland and go into any freaking person's dream. Do you know what that means? Think about the politicians. Think about the governments. Think about the individuals who run countries and corporations. Okay? That is a drop. That's very serious stuff, folks. We're talking extremely serious stuff. And this is what I found out. And they had been coming after me ever since 2019, in March of 2019. And so that's why this has been so serious for me. They've gone from the military into because I did publicly talk about the fact that I recognize military personnel. So then they started talking about dealing with hang on a minute, brain fart. I'm trying to think of how to phrase it. On top of it, I'm starting to pick up pain again in the body, and I'm how do I phrase this? because I publicly talked about it, they knew, and because I knew I was being watched. Oh, and here's the other thing. Right after this incident, the sleep incident, the very first one in March of 2019, sometime at the end of March, beginning of April, I had an operative come through my house. Do I know where things are? Yes, I do. Do I care that they're there? No, I don't. I do, but I don't. I mean, what's the point? If I remove something, they're just going to replace it. I'm like, no, I'm done. I mean, what are they going to see? A fat woman with her tits hanging out when you're going in and out of the bathroom, or, getting dressed? Wait, seriously. Do I give it? That's what I say to that. So, do I know about it? Yeah. Am I paranoid about it? No. Honey, I used to deal with stalkers. I'm a retired advocate that has never been registered with anybody. This is what other attorneys used to call me. This is how I got my nickname. I've got a lot of different nicknames. Everything from the Sentinel to the Sentinel Angel to Angels to or Angel. I had opposing counsel, even oddly enough, the way he said it made it as a threat. He called me, you are Archangel Michael. And I'm like, but it was how he said it. It was the venom and anger and hatred he said it with. And I just looked at him and said, huh. And I turned around and walked away. Anyway, there's a lot of different stories I could talk about that. Had a girl get it. So I've dealt with helping protect kids. I've dealt with helping protect other folks, and this is just in the paranormal. I mean, this is just shit in the paranormal. And I'm never alone anyway, because you've always got spirits. No one is ever freaking alone. You've got, hello, grandpa sitting there, hello, aunt and uncle sitting there, or brother or sister, whoever you have as a loved one on the other side. They're sitting there. They're in the car with you as you're going to the store. God help you if they're at the end of your bed while you're having sex. That's a fun one. Yeah, me much skinnier, and that's another subject. That on a king size bed and having sex, and that you look at, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, they're stories, folks. Lots of fun stories. So, ouch, shouldn't have done that with my neck. Chiropractor's good. What the heck are you doing, Nikki? Speaking of which, anyway. Okay, product placement. I found a new one. I do this every once in a while. If you have an issue with your nerves, my nerves were firing off like a MFer yesterday. I was in so much pain. They used to have this as a combination of homeopathic with herbs, and I guess the FDA went after them and said you can't do the herbs with it. And so now so I've used this a couple of times tonight, and I'm going to have to do it again because my body's picking back up. So far, it's working pretty good. Anyway, so I typically do, a product placement here or there. If it's something that I like and that actually works well, I'm pretty impressed with this stuff, folks. Do I call my guides? No, well, not really. My grandmother was one of my guides when I was growing up. My mom's mom. My dad was another one of my spirit guides, and he's one you don't want to effing mess with. I've got a spirit guide that's connected to ancient Egypt. I've got a spirit guide that is an ET. Do I know their names? No. Do I get hints of their names? Yes. Do I want to know their names? Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be easier to deal with. I was supposed to suck on that. Bummer. When you put those under your tongue, it's called sublingual. Much better for your body. Anyway, yeah, any positive vibes rolling here. Yeah, definitely. So, there are, I mean, hell, try having a cat sit on the headboard while you're having sex, or a spirit cat, or a dog put their head on the end of the bed, and it's like, oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of sex stories that have ghosts around, and not sex with ghosts, but just watching, and I'm like, just personal time, go away. So, yeah, they have to kick my cat out. Yeah. So, meow. Yes, Bomber. I'm sorry. I've been known to do that. She says, "Ow! It just dropped my phone on my face when I dozed off because Nikki's voice is so damn relaxing." Yeah, I have a tendency to do that to folks. I had an offer at one time to be a radio show host, a real radio show host, terrestrial radio, and it all kind of fell through, and I was like, I'm going to end up putting everybody to sleep. What the hell? I was like, what the hell? I'm going to put everybody to sleep. And then I've had people tell me that I should get into reading books or dealing with calm, doing kids' stories, voice stories for kids, because it can be calming. Get me when I'm hyped up on a lot of heavy iced tea and condensed iced tea, and doing energy work. And no, I'm not very calming. Honey, go to sleep, Bomber. But I'm glad you're listening. I'm glad you're paying attention. Anyway, so about the guys, the three guys. So the one is out of commission permanently, and I had a lot of early feelings about that, about guilt. It wasn't, I don't want to call it survivor's guilt. That's not, but it was guilt for injuring somebody, and I was like, it was later. I changed my thinking on that because of the fact that this is an attack. This is a form of an attack. Yeah. God, Derek, belly button lint is annoying. Um, 8 hours in years. Yeah, I could tell you stories about that one too. And yes, I can be a talker on shows. I can condense things down. Took me a while to do that. I went from 2018 in being on a paranormal show. Uh, YouTube? Facebook. Anyway, I was on a paranormal team. And May I met somebody. June I ended up on a paranormal team. July I started getting a lot of information, and we on the paranormal team were doing live video feeds and stuff. A lot of different things talked about, contracts. Excuse me. Yeah, Paranormal's got an interesting mindset. In a good way. And went from there into a number of different things. And then by 2019, was on stage. Let's see, about 250 people the first day from my personal estimation. I don't know exactly how many people were there. The second day was 500 people in the room. I learned from that, and there's only one person from that conference that is actually on my Facebook page, because I'm really selective about who goes on my Facebook page, because of energy, how long I've known people. It is my personal Facebook page. I have under 200 people. It'll probably go up to like 200. Okay, I literally got told 206. I'm not, it's under 200 right now, but above 180, but less than 200. I'm real selective about who's on my Facebook page, because it is my life and I don't share. There's a lot of things I will talk about openly. Sorry. Well, go itch your face again. I don't know if that's the homeopathics or if that's the... Anyway. Skin thing. Whenever I'm out in the sun and I forget to wear sunscreen, my skin starts to itch. And I had that last weekend, and I have a... Anyway, sorry, sideline. So, hi, Desiree White. Did I hear there's a party in here? Derek, are you behaving? Hi, Desiree White. Welcome. Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. All kinds of paranormal. This is a live broadcast. This is not recorded and then broadcasted live. So, anyways, use an umbrella. You're in Seattle. I got my door open. I don't think it's raining right now. Anyhow, so oh yeah, I can understand that. Random is a trigger. Yeah, I totally understand that. RG, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I've done a lot of different things. Dealt with a lot of different paranormal throughout my life. Hello. Mwah. I love you, Hollow. Anyway, I have loved ones, and I love it when they come in and pop in. Anyway, so, Hollow, did you just get home? We don't need to know everything. I just want to know if you just got home. Anyway, What else? Ended up, so 2018 ended up dealing with was my very first crime victim spirit coming to me in this way. I've dealt off and on with crime victim spirits. Usually it was children. But I never, I don't want to say I didn't take myself seriously. But about it, because I did take myself seriously, but I never reported any of what I knew because the police are so anal retentive about psychics and really hardcore, and there's only so much information that a person with my abilities can give, and a lot of times they're not going to believe the individual, or they will consider them a suspect, which, hello, that actually started to happen to me in 2018 when this one woman went missing. And it became this big case in an area quite a distance south of me. And the individual on the team basically stated that because I had very specific information that I needed to report it. So I reported it, and I was treated not very well. I was by the first detective I was treated well. The second one, she was hardcore bitch. And I understand why. I get it. Didn't appreciate it, but I get it. And the individual was found dead. And that brought on a situation that I learned about from the other side, which is a serial killer. And the authorities refused information. Literally, I was hung up on. And I believe it's a cold case now. Fuck you, bitch. That's what I say to that officer. The other one, you were a sweetheart. I get where you're going, but when certain things take place, and I have respect for authority, I get that. I get, but that was not cool. So I take real issue with that. And that may get me into some trouble, and so be it. So anyway, let's see. Desiree's birthday. Cool. Oh, sounds like fun. Hollow is Nikki's offspring, obviously. I wish I could get my son in here on the chat. Yeah. What is going on? Wall? Who is this? I was drifting on and off and woke up, just like normal. Do you actively go out looking for these spirits, or do they just happen upon you, or what? Very, very good question, Paramarv. Okay, so the case that I just told you about, the one with the crime victim from 2018. And girl, wherever you are, oh, somebody just told me she's on her way. Really? Sorry. That's an excellent question, Para. It just kind of unexpectedly triggered me because of memories from this one case. So this one situation in 2018, this victim came to me, gave me as much information that she remembered at the time. She gave me her last memories. Okay, I'm going to answer that, Paranormal, on her to you or somewhere else. Okay, so I'm not sure what WY8 is, which is fine because a lot of times I don't pay attention to stuff like that, and a lot of times I do. Wait, okay. That's what I thought you meant, but I wasn't sure. So, because of her, and I'm saying it that way because she let every crime victim that she came in contact with, let them know to come to me. And I got inundated, which on one hand was fine, on another it was not. There were times where my family found out just how detrimental that became to me because I have, because of this one, starts with a K, has a double L in it and an R at the end. Their victims started coming to me, and I was shown explicitly in detail how nearly all of them were unlifed. And it wasn't just women, it was men as well. And some of the men, let's put it this way, they were paralyzed. They things that were done to them, I have memories of. They wanted somebody to see. Not gonna cry again. Not doing this like I did yesterday. Yesterday was because of pain and hormones and blah blah blah. I'm not doing this again. So those victims came to me, and they started showing me how they were taken out in detail. It was quite shocking, quite appalling, and it did a psychological number on me. And what frosts me on some level was that I never received names of these individuals. I was shown them. They wanted to be remembered. They wanted somebody to remember them and to see. And it was so shocking that it's kind of like a flyby, only psychically. So it just became quite the interesting situation. And then after that, I got quite the reputation on the other side. So in answer, God, who the hell asked me that? It was Para, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Paranormal. So, sorry, my shoulder's itchy. Now that I don't want to know. No. So, sorry, somebody talking to me. You just sidetracked, side railed me. Crap on a cracker, man. That's not cool. Anyway, so the other side really showed me what it was really like for a lot of these victims and how they died. And it brought a lot of other victims, a lot of other crime victims to me. Wow, I'm having different people coming in at the moment. There was a crime victim from about 15 years ago who found out who I was, and she's come to me. It's classified as a cold case. I did look, she gave me her full name. And it was because of this first case in 2018 and because of other cases that I found out just how many serial are actually out there, and it's kind of frightened me, and I went, okay, that's not okay. That's not okay. And yeah, our government knows. There's certain 3-letter agencies that start with an F that know. Okay, so I've missed a couple of questions. 1 second. When these visions come to you, is it happening to you like in the first person, or is it like watching a movie? Excellent question, Para. Both. Actually, I've had both. Nathan, I'll get to your question in a minute. I did see you post something for me. And I should probably say, yeah, put your stuff in all caps. And if you can, put at Restore Belief with Nikki, Angels Are Alive on it, because then I'll actually see it. It comes up as bright orange for me on this computer. So I do appreciate that if you can do it that way. But I understand if you're not able to because you're typing on a phone and fingers and all of that. So anyhow, so hopefully that will answer your question. A lot of times it's in the first person. I'm seeing it through their eyes, or smelling it through their olfactory, or hearing it from their ears. I've even had them come to me in dreams because we're susceptible when we dream, and when I wake up, I'm like, holy crap. And then the spirit shows up and will tell me, I wanted you to see what happened. And basically what it is, it's easier for them to control your dream than it is to try to do these constant flashes of information into a psychic's brain. Because everybody receives differently. If you're a psychic medium, you receive different than the next person. Sometimes it's going to be similar, but it's never, ever going to be exactly the same. Anybody that tells you it's exactly the same, they're full of shit. Okay, so hang on, Nathan. Is that your guide? When my guides do that, I need distracting from whatever I am doing. They are wiser than I do understand that. Yeah, sometimes. And here's the thing, Nathan. I've got a friend who I'm on her show once a month. It's called Raven's Flock, and she it's Susan Swanbeck, and she is part of what's called the Rift, capital R, capital I, capital F, capital T, the Rift Nation Network. And that's on YouTube. And so she stopped doing their programming on her YouTube channel and started doing it directly on theirs. And I'm on once a month. I'm on the third Tuesday of every month. And then, of course, I do my own YouTube live broadcast every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, my time. And then Wednesday night, I do a 10 o'clock to midnight on the S4, literally the letter S, capital S, dash 4 bunker on Spreaker.com. And you can also find that. It's usually uploaded within an hour onto YouTube. And I've got all that kind of stuff posted in the description box below. So if you want to look into some of that, that's fine too. But damn, I just distracted myself. Anyway, but yes, they, in response to your question, Nathan, yeah, they can do that. They have a tendency to deliberately try to distract me, and yet at the same time, not always. That's what I was going to say. So my friend Susan Swanbeck, who is known as Raven's Flock, she, when I do a broadcast with her, our energy is almost always up, and we're laughing and we're having a really good time and putting out a lot of really good information. And she's a psychic as well. And oh my God, the woman does free reads every Tuesday, except for the Tuesday that I'm on, because it's usually information. But this woman, she and I have done shows off and on for 4 years, 3 years, 4 years, something like that. And this woman can do readings in 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. I mean, mini free reads, 3 to 4 minutes, and just one after another. I mean, she can get through, God, about 50 people, anywhere from 20 to 50 people. I mean, it just flows and flies. She used to do 2 hours, and now it's down to an hour, and so. Yeah, Nathan says my guides work to keep me on my path in the craziest ways sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, same here. Hey, hello. Definitely. I saw the hearts go up. I don't know who did that, but that was really cool. Thank you. Um, anyway, uh, I'm missing some stuff in here. I'm missing quite a bit of stuff, actually, I'm seeing. Let's do terrifying how many walking around among us. It is terrifying how many are walking around among us. LVL, what do you mean? The spirits? Those who've crossed over, or others? Or do you mean the cereal with the... Oh, yes, you do mean this. Okay, got it. I... Brain fart, sorry. Scrolling down. Derek, Paramarv is the ever inquisitive one, yes. Hearts. Okay. Vibes. Quantum. Positive sparkles for everybody. What do guides mean? What do guides mean? Spirit guides. I'm lost. Are they people who have died? Oh! Okay, Derek. Okay, spirit guide is yeah, it's somebody who's been on the other side for a while. Okay, here's an example. My dad died in, God, it's been a while. Before we went into double digits in the 2000s. So I don't remember the actual 2005, 2004, 2006, somewhere around there. Anyway, and that's not right. Because I was at the house. I was at the other house. That's not right. So in the 90s? Had to have been in the 90s. Anyway, so I'm in this little house. And my dad moved from Washington State to California for health reasons. And Southern California, far Southern California. And so he lived there for 30 whatever years. And ended up where he lived in a dry, arid environment, and they had not a lot of rain, and sorry, brain fart. I keep seeing these red balls over on my TV just popped up, and it's very distracting right now. And he was with me from like a couple of weeks after he died. And Hollow can probably tell you, I don't know if you remember any of this, but I used to get pestered by my dad to, whenever I was washing my hands or brushing my teeth, get up, go to the bathroom, you wash your hands. Well, because he was from California, he would tell me in my ears, you need to shut the water off. Get your hands wet, soap them, then, shut the water off as soon as you get the soap, and then, scrub your hands, and then, and I'm like, I realized it was my dad, and it was like he was standing like right here. I mean, like his head was like right here on my right side, and it drove me nuts every time I was at a sink. Not so much washing dishes, because I according to him, I was doing it right, because we didn't have a dishwasher back then, and so hand washing. And he drove me nuts every time I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth or washing my hands, especially when I was brushing my teeth. And so when it was a number of years later, and he was constant. Oh my God, I had years of this. Drove me nuts. I love him to pieces, but it drove me up a freaking wall. And it wasn't until 20 was after my back injury. So 2012, there was I call it a paranormal conference. It wasn't a paranormal conference. It was where all the psychics, big name psychics, come together, big card readers, and I met James Van Praagh. I mean, I bought a book, and I stood in line and wanted him to sign it, and got a picture, and he looks at me, and he shook my hand, and he looks at me, and he says, "Your dad wants me to tell you that that he is your spirit guide." And the funny thing is that for a number of years, I hadn't heard my dad, and I hadn't thought too much about it. And I was having a really rough day that day, really, really rough day with my body, because I was doing a lot of walking around. And you got to remember, the kind of injury I had was, I was healing from a lot of torn muscles on my back, to one slip disc, one ruptured disc, and which had happened in 2008, but by 2012, I had retrained myself to walk. I had retrained myself to start walking around the block. I was getting much better, but I was still this kind of all day I mean, and it was an all from morning till early evening, all day activity. And at that moment in time, I had felt very alone. And my dad knew that. And I was in the process of starting to train myself not to think so much. And what I mean by that is not do as much self-talk. Because what you learn with the ETs is that the more self-talk you do, oh my God, they hear everything. I mean, every thought. They hear it. It's like you talking to them, but you're talking to yourself. And so, I didn't realize I had the chat stopped. Sorry about that. Love V Love, were you listening to 7, Mary 3, or Counting Crows by chance? Paranormal, do you psychic folks recognize each other like that? Just walking through the grocery store and get a vibe from another? Yeah, you can. I'm going to answer your question in a second, Love V Love. You can. There are times where I have walked. Now, here's another story. Okay, so anyway, James Van Prague told me my dad was my spirit guide, and that day, because of all the walking around, I felt very alone, and I was by myself, but and there was a lot going on in my life, a lot of negative, detrimental stuff, and I was fighting really, really hard to keep everything positive and to keep a positive outlook, which is always me. I mean, I'm like, there's always an option, whether you like the option or not. There's always some sort of option. And so when I was told that, I went and sat down. Yeah, Nathan, I've got friends that could tell a lot of stories about the mantis folks, the mantis beings. Oh, cool. That's good. So it just I went and sat down and I was almost in tears, and yet I was giddy at the same time because it told me that my dad was okay. And my dad had some issues in his life. We all have issues. But my dad had some issues in his life, and in the last years of his life, chose to get straight, so to speak, um, and do the health and healing walk and get better and do saying his apologies and things like that. And so, and I'm losing my voice. Typical. So basically, it ends up where I just read something, and I do have an issue with that because I know that individual on the other side. But that's okay. Anyhow, that just kind of threw me. I've worked with that hierarchy. Wow. Okay. That's not the first time I've heard stuff like that. So, anyhow, Yeah, I did adjust to it. The it was very, very strong. My first few times with him, with my dad on the other side, it was really intense. Over the course of time, after he died, he and I worked out a lot of hardcore issues, a lot of issues. And so I've got family that knew my dad back in the day when I was a little kid, and I haven't actually ever talked to them about what I talk about now, but I'm sure it would be absolutely and completely utterly shocking to them, that he is my spirit guide and that I trust him implicitly, um, which is saying something for me. I mean, that's a really big deal. Um, and I know he's got my back, and I know he's damn good at protecting me. Um, so, so spirit guides. Now, you had asked about spirit guides, Para. Here's where the conundrum, or not the conundrum, here's the information that I found out from the other side. So, after a person passes, sometime after, they, if they want to be a spirit guide, they go through a form of classes. It's kind of like college classes. They get done with all the business that they need to get done with, and they go through and they have these essentially lack of better terminology, it's like college classes, and they graduate essentially, and then eventually take over the previous spirit guide. So my previous spirit guide was my grandmother, for a lot of years, and then I believe another spirit guide. I never really knew or know who, but there was a spirit guide, I believe, between my grandmother and my father. Um, and so, kind of a big deal. Um, um, so that's what that's kind of how the spirit guides run. They can stay with you. You don't necessarily have the same spirit guide throughout your entire lifetime. You can, but it doesn't always happen like that. Um, so hopefully all of that makes sense, Para, and Derek. Okay, so let's see, what else do we got here? Um, he was nice though. Okay, so this is about the mantis. Um, he was nice though. We told jokes, rather kept it light as much as possible. He communicated in concept, not words. His images made no sense to me. Yeah, I've been there. I've had one of my ET guides, um, has a tendency to do that, and I'm like, what the did you just? I'm like, what was that? You got to make that better. I got to be able to understand that. um, so yeah, that all makes sense. Um, ba-do. Let's see what else we got here. If I could have music on in the background, I would. If I could get that going. Um, yeah, I do get tag teamed. My family can tell you that quite. So I had a conversation with somebody I care about at a. I'm just going to say somebody I care about. I otherwise it would. I don't want them, because this is very public. I don't want them having any issues, because of me and because of anything that I may say. Anyway, so was having a conversation with somebody earlier, and they had a friend of theirs standing next to them, and that individual I've known on and off for 30 years, something like that. Not really well. I mean, hardly well at all, but I do know them. Very nice individual, both of them are. And we got to talking about paranormal and different things, and I just lost my train of thought. God freaking um good to know, Para. Music on in the background. Well, no, okay, so I do know that on my Angels account that I found free, but even that can trigger. So I've got to. That's why I say, hey, folks, if you know somebody who does art, and or music, because I need, ouch, 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 I need an open. Oh, good grief, stupid thing. There we go. That's better. I need an opening song, and I need a closing song, and I need art. I mean, I used to play flute, but oh my god, that was so many years ago. And no, never again. um, so I need to either find some kind of little instrument that I can play some whatever, and art. I mean, this is nothing. What's in the background? Anyway, yeah, this one time at band camp. Anyway, I was surprised we still have 10 people and just listening, hanging out and listening. And you're not typing anymore, but you're listening. I appreciate that. Anyway, we've talked about a lot of different subjects. What else? Oh, yeah. Yeah, anyway, so if you know somebody who has that, let me know. Send me send me a message on my email. Email is restorebelief2022@gmail.com. And that's also at the bottom of the page, and you should also be able to find my Facebook page if you want to send me a message there. Yeah, we're about 2 hours. I was thinking about 2 hours. What else? What else? What else? Oh, yeah. We talked about 26 hybrid children. There's a lot of different subjects we could be talking about. All different kinds of paranormal. Used to this, and this is one of the reasons why I don't touch. I try not to touch doorknobs with my hands. It did, but it didn't. Para, you're fine. It's one of the reasons why I try really hard not to touch doorknobs or certain objects with my hands, because I'm very visual, and a lot of times I'll get I haven't had it in a while, but I have had it, and when I've had it, it comes in waves and it gets really intense. So I will, you touch something and you see it, and it's like, holy crap. We could talk about lifetimes too, because I've had so many freaking lifetimes. I remember lifetimes as ETs. I remember different ETs. I remember lifetimes as royalty, not saying what family. what country. A couple, actually, a number of different countries. Number of different lifetimes. I've had lifetimes where I lived on Atlantis. Lifetimes where I've been a doctor. Lifetimes where I've been a witch. Actually, a number of lifetimes where I've been a witch. There was a lifetime where I was a necromancer. Actually, 2 lifetimes, I believe. That's a whole nother subject. It's probably one of the biggest reasons why I'm so against necromancers. There's Nathan says, I have been led to believe based on my words I was in Atlantis. Yeah. I had 2 life. Sorry. Wow, that was an intense nerve spike. Wow, sorry. Okay, so is that one. Bugger to frickin' beans. Okay. Okay now. Alright, so wow. Alright. So Nathan from the Quantum Show, necromancy is heavy stuff. Yes, it is. And it's why I'm Nathan, go in and go to my, not this one obviously, but the one from Thursday. I don't remember what number it is. I'm going to have to go in and write up. That's going to be about 4 hours. If it's a 2-hour show, it's going to be about 4 hours of writing. This is why Derek and Para, that this is a big deal for me to do this once a week or even twice a week as like an after party, because I just don't go in and leave it. No, it's physical. Para is asking, is the nerve agitation strictly physical, or is it something that is related to your abilities? No, this is strictly physical. I have misfiring of nerves throughout my body periodically. And I think I know what this one's from this time, but I'm not taking the right supplements, and that's obvious because when I take all the right supplements in the right order, I don't have the pain. But then as a woman, and actually as a guy, if you're a guy, you have hormones. When hormones, and they do shift, just an FYI for the gentleman in the house, don't believe that hormones are just a woman thing. Men can have hormonal issues as well. And so, no, it's not. I love Atlantis. I love talking about Atlantis, Nathan. Truly, I really, really do. I have a lot of wonderful memories about Atlantis until the moment I die. I don't have memories of the first lifetime where I die. I have memories of the second lifetime where I was there for a plethora of years. And and Keith, there's a number of people that I know that can verify who I was, what I did. So, and we're all in this lifetime together this time around. And there's a reason for that. That's because we all talk about positivity and changing. Did I use a word? I did. I said plethora, didn't I? That should be a drinking word. Ouch, 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 ouch. Anyway, Oh, I would love it if you would do that, Nathan. He says, Keith and I have talked extensively about Atlantis. We have loose plans to build a few crystal computers based on memories. NSOR plethora equals drink. Yeah, I forgot about that. I used to be around when they created that. Yeah, I've been in SOR for 2018. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yes. 5 years. So, long time. Long time to know Dave. Long time to know the show and how it's grown. Oh my God. So, and I know a few long haulers, those who've been in chat since his beginning days, back when he was, when Dave was before Spreaker, from what I understand. So anyway, there we go. I gotta shift this because I gotta move. I can already use crystals as devices if I meditate on them. They accept instructions. When I first started, I blew up 2 of my computers. They still not right. Nathan, have I got stories for you, honey? Have I got stories for you? I used to know somebody in this lifetime, actually, when I was in high school, my senior year in high school, I met somebody who had crystals this tall. Boom! Not joking. The wildest thing I've ever seen. The insides would just, whenever this person got mad, they blew the electrical in the house they rented, and he would unexpectedly blow up these big, beautiful gemstones. Yeah. He and his wife they were really sweet people, and they taught me that 2 individuals with the kind of very serious, hardcore abilities they had could make things very difficult on each other. Unfortunately, I did hear later on that they ended up divorcing. They were young. They were very young. They were older than I was, but they were very young. So yeah, it's just. But yeah, I've known people with some real serious hardcore power and abilities, and I have a very dear loved one that I've seen that can manipulate fire. I know somebody that can screw with water. So yeah, things get interesting. Yeah, Para says, "Whoa!" I'm like, yeah, I don't know if you're responding to. Let's see. I have had problems before, but now I know how to tune it to not do that to my devices. Yeah. All I have to do, that's the other thing I can do, is I can go through electronics. I had, here's another example of one of my abilities. I had a asshat, government asshat, be a real frickin' prick. And how do I word this? I don't even remember what year this was. I don't remember if it was 20. No, it was 2019. No, it was 2020 because it was after I did the cemetery. So it was 29. So it was 2020. So it would have been the end of the summer of 2020. I say that now, though I probably won't remember it anyway. And that goes down to abilities, and when you talk about stuff, you just forget about it, and you're like, Oh yeah, I did say that. Yeah, that's right though. Anyway, I had this government asshat who was being a real. They were in. Actually, they were in SOR chat. I don't remember the name. I don't care about the name. And I got so pissed. And the other side, oh, you were responding to me with the fire. Para, isn't she lovely? So I had, I had something happen. Oh, that's what it was. I had the other side and my spirit guides tell me that there were government spies in Dave's chat. And at the time, I was typing in, "Watch out, folks! There are government agents." And I called them something specific. I can't remember the term I called them. I have a screenshot of it somewhere because I screenshot things. And I got really pissed. I got the spooks. Yes, thank you. Government spooks. That's how I termed it. Thank you, guys. Trolls. Yeah, government trolls. No, I called them spooks. They were government spooks. And I got pissed. I mean, I was having not just one guide, but a number of guides telling me. And then I was having spirits. I was having certain spirits that I knew. God damn it, bras. Ew. Okay, that's a nerve. Mm. Mm. Owie. That hurt. So did that. Anyway, so I had a number of spirits coming to me at the same time and telling me that we had government spooks. And I got pissed. I got really pissed. And the next thing I know is I put my hand on, I had my hand on my phone because I was going to say laptop, but that's not right. I had my hand on my phone. And I literally went through my phone, through the electronics, and straight to where they were. And I came up right underneath their fingers. And I saw who was in the room. I saw what building we were at. And I immediately, and I was still connected. And I saw what street the building was on. I saw what state they were in, what city they were in. Didn't know names, and I think to this day I could probably still describe them. Trolls, yeah, both nailed it. I taunt them as much as publicly Yeah, no shit. That I call a quantum link. It's really trippy. Love. But then they remote tweak a nerve, though. I had that twice tonight. Oh, the government spooks, you mean? Yeah, I just really, I get really pissed at government spooks that are trying to be covert in a specific kind of chat and in a specific way. Some of it doesn't mean shit to me, and I don't give two rat squats over it. Doesn't frickin' nada. But the subject that was being talked about did not freaking require what they were doing. I get, like last night. the last few days because of the hearings and all of that shit. I understand that. I can't remember what the subject was. I just remember it was a subject that did not require asshats to be monitoring the show, and I was pissed. Matter of fact, I said something to Dave privately about it, and I contacted a friend of mine who's also a psychic and has abilities. I'm going to make a comment to that, LVL, in just a moment. Hopefully I'll remember it. Somebody remind me, literally the number 300 if I don't get back to it. Because it is something I want to talk about. It has to do with the NDA. So I ended up, whoa, hello. Okay. Anybody with psychic abilities? You see anything coming off the palm of my hand? Holy shit. Oh, now it's becoming minuscule now. It's holy crap. And it's gone. Wow. Okay, that just tripped me out. It's been a while since I've done that. A long while, actually. Number of years. Wow. Okay, so don't do that again. So I contacted a friend of mine who's also a psychic, and I said, help me find this on Google Maps and help me find it on Google Maps and other locations. And we found it and found the city, found the street. I got pictures of the building. I got the name of the company on the building. There were a lot of pieces of information, and now it's all buried. It's buried information. I have it in my documents, but someone would be hard pressed to find it right away. It'll take them a while. That, and it's on a locked, I don't know how to call that. It's on a locked device. I had a friend of mine, my deceased friend of mine, who had the security clearance, and a number of his headphones. Make sure that I knew about certain things to lock certain things down in very specific ways. So, including locking my own memories down. And locking my own memories down to where if somebody ever tried to access my brain, funny enough, and that's exactly what freaking happened, that I could put a specific kind of device that would significantly injure somebody psychically. Well, not just psychically, but it would severely injure them if they tried to access information. And that goes back into what the Asshats tried to do. So they went from military operatives that were doing this. I think they're at their 5th or 6th range now, because then they eventually started using. They went from the older ones that are in their late 40s, early 50s, late 40s, mid to late 40s, down to now they're in their, the ones that are doing it are in their 20s. Okay. Para, I have to ask, feel free to avoid my question, but did you ever get such a feeling, revelation about a certain random individual that would, yes. I actually talked about that at the beginning. I don't know, it was within the first hour, first 40 minutes or so, maybe. Um, anyway, so yeah, I did talk about that. Um, you're very welcome, dear. Um, ah, um, are we still here? Yes, we are still here. We're still talking. Okay, so thank you, Para, for doing the 300. We're still doing the show, yeah, the live. Okay, so what is that? Oh, that's the lamp with the thing hanging down on. So you're fine, sweetie. Um, I was going to talk about the NDA. I had to sign an NDA for doing my first. It was before I went to college. I was working in a photography 24, 24-hour photography developing. This was in the 80s, late 80s. Um, Worked in downtown Seattle. I worked an odd shift, a night shift, and you had to sign an NDA stating that for up to 2 years after you were fired or quit or whatever, lost your job or whatever, you wouldn't talk about what went on in their production and how they did their stuff. See, I'd totally forgotten about that. That was an NDA I had to sign. Um, I had to sign an NDA about when COVID hit for my mom to receive specific kind of medical treatment. They were doing testing and stuff. And I had psychic information on the different medications that they gave as an option. And that was, yeah, to Cinderella at Photomat. Someday your prince will come, says Amy. Yeah. um, and so I had to sign an NDA for that. And I could have sworn there was another NDA. I used to say I've never had to sign an NDA until I started going, oh shit, I forgot about. And it wasn't a lie. It was just that I completely freaking forgot about him. I mean, like totally freaking forgot about him. Um, so the one for the 24-hour photo lab, and trust me, nobody else could handle. We had Eastern Washington Sheriff's Department come through our photo lab, and this was a big photo lab. Okay, we're talking um, the developer machines were as big as this room. I'm not freaking joking. They went from one wall into my kitchen to the other end of the wall, or to the other side of another. Well, in this apartment, through two rooms, and actually it was longer than that. It probably No, it wasn't probably. It did. It took up probably another half of the other apartment on the other side of my kitchen wall. So that was a specific kind of developing machine for prints. And yeah, there's a siren going off, which that's fun. At least we aren't hearing gunfire this time. That doesn't happen very often, but I'm just saying. Anyway, so what was I going to say? So the sheriff's department. They promised they never looked at any photos. Maybe Nikki has some stories there. Show. Have a good. Oh, Nathan. Gotta go, guys. Falling over, tired. Good night, everybody. Good night, Nathan. Sweet dreams, honey. At the apparitions of the Virgin Mary is real. A wreck in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So it was you that developed all those naked pictures I mailed in. I'm going to tell you something. Okay, so now I understand where they promised never to look at any of the photos. Maybe Nikki. I now understand where that comment comes from. Okay, so the sheriff's department in Eastern Washington. I'm not going to say what county or what city or town or anything, but there was a sheriff's department that used to put through their pictures, their police pictures through our stuff. And there were only two of us that ever took care of that situation. And so, because these were original canisters from an actual camera, not like today, so you're talking old school stuff here. You're also dealing with a retired photographer, and I went to college for photography and so on and so forth. So anyway, it ended up not becoming a full-time photographer, becoming a part-time photographer, but I was professional for a while. And then eventually went into homeschooling. I went into uh, gardening. I went into herbs. I went into medical stuff. I went into advocacy. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of different things. And so here we are with in the 80s doing the films and stuff. And so I would be the one. And that was just the big machine. That was just the machine for the printing of the actual paper prints. Okay. The other machine was just as long. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that. But the other machine was for the full, because you take the canister. I would do all the canisters and get all of the film onto a reel. So you have to take that out in pitch black. You have to know what the F you're doing. And not expose any of it in a completely dark room. You don't even have a red light, honey. There was no red light. You had to do everything by feel. And you put every one of them on a reel. They had to be taped a very, very specific way. And then they would go through they'd go into the canister. The canister I'd walk out of the dark room with all the rolls of film on one canister. This would have to be processed immediately because it was it was always an emergency. If it was for the police, it had to be done right then and there. And You did all of them all at once, got it on the reel. I'd walk it over to the person who would walk out of the dark room. It's a specific kind of dark room. She would put it in a very specific way, and it would process the development of the negatives. The negatives would then go through a lengthy process and then through all the pictures. And they asked which one of us out of all of us, and there were quite a few employees, would be able to handle very graphic pictures. And I was like, yeah, I can. Why? Because I was always interested and fascinated in medical. So, the first cut I always had problems with, when they did these medical shows and stuff like that. But after that, I was fine. So I was the one who they had me on reviewing all the prints. And I used to do 3 reels. And these reels had, God, I think they were like 1,500 pictures per reel. And I used to be able to do 3 of them in a row. And they would go and be able to tell you most of the time. I could tell you what was on them or about what was on them, even if they were going through my vision that fast. Not a joke. People would ask me, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that was in this packet, and it was anyway. So it's just how my brain worked. And there would be dead bodies. So if it were coming from the sheriff's department, there would be the pictures on the reels would be, some form of dead body, some accident, some murder, some whatever. And there was one, I remember the manager came up to me and he said, Nikki, this is really very serious. They're all very serious, but this one is of a motorcyclist and a semi. And I went, oh, man. And I'm thinking gushy, all of that kind of stuff. And no, the guy got decapitated. And I remember going through the pictures, and I slowed the pictures down. I didn't normally do that. And I just had this gut instinct. And I went through it, and I stopped where the picture was of this individual's head in his helmet. And I didn't sit and I cried. I didn't do any of that. I just looked at this specific. I couldn't look at the face. I couldn't look at the man's face. But I saw how the neck was and the helmet. And I just remember putting my hands over, not touching it, but putting my hands over. And I could feel the officer who was having to take pictures. And I could feel I don't know how else to explain it, but I could feel what he was feeling to some degree. And it was as if the man who had passed, who had died in that accident, in that car accident, was with me watching me. And I never heard anything that I remember. I just remember this sensation of, I'm so sorry you're dead. I'm so sorry this happened to you. What a shock. I remember because it was like I could feel him. So, the other ones, I really didn't have too much. I really didn't have very much feeling on him, but that was one that I really, really did. And I remember sitting there going, okay, I didn't realize it at the time, but basically I prayed. I didn't know what to classify it as because I did energy. I did. I prayed for the family and for him and his soul, and it was, I think if it had been now, it would have been very different. I would have been talking to him. I would have been, but I was in tune, but I wasn't in real deep tune like I am now with my stuff. Okay, so that said, and yes, Amy, there were stories of where there were individuals taking private pictures of other individuals. Acting all tough. Yeah. Okay, so Para, thank you for putting me back on track. I needed that. So here, and the smartass stuff typically doesn't even faze me. So the NDA in 300. So I made a statement in my own home, but I knew I could feel the asshats listening in. And got itchy shoulder tonight. What the hell? Sorry. This kind of stuff just frustrates the heck out of me. And I made a comment if they were ever going to buy me off. 300 million. You want to buy me off and shut me up about the book? 300 million. That's a drop in the bucket. So that's where I was, why I wanted to talk about that and an NDA, because I'm making that as a public statement now. 300 million. I know what's in that book. I know what's on every page. I have a photographic memory of it. And that's why they were after it. That's why they had come after me. Why would? Well, I mean, and Lovey Love says, wow, I ain't that expensive, but I respect that. Here's my take on it, Lovey Love. The reason I say that much, it's my compensation for the shit they have put me through. The crap they have put me through. I literally, and they want the information out of my head. You want to shut me up? You want to pay me off? That's my price. 300 million. Now, there has been conversation repeatedly where I have stated there are 2, and then I say, really, there's 3, but there are 2 chapters in that book, and I call them chapters because I don't know what else to call them. They're divided. It's not a chapter, but it's another section, but there's 2 of those that I have said that I would never divulge. I don't even fucking talk. I don't even effing talk about it with family. I mean, I don't talk about it with family. I don't talk about it with friends. That it ain't ever being talked about, because to me, that is a security risk to everything. And I'm like, no. Everything else, public should know about. Totally freaking agree with that. You want to buy me off? Buy me off with 300 million. So, and it's got to be there. Here was the other thing I stated privately when I knew that they were listening. It's got to be tax-free money. 300 million tax-free. There were a number of other requirements that they know about. And I'm not stating the rest of that publicly, but there are things that they know about. And I just realized my phone has got little blue lights beeping on it. Hang on one second, folks. Oh, I've got messages. Oh! Oh my God, that looks better. That does look better. And what do you mean you deal? No, You need to text message me, my son, and tell me exactly what you mean by that very last text message you sent me. Since I know you're out and well, I don't know if you're out and about and around anymore, but you were at one point. Okay. Challenge shuttle. Okay. Sorry, my ankle's itchy. The Challenger shuttle accident in 1986 ended up decapitating one of the astronauts. I didn't know that. Holy crap, Amy, I didn't know that. Okay, so for folks that... never mind, I'm not going to say that. That would say too much. Okay, they did not die in the deflagration. They died when they hit the ocean 2.5 minutes later. Jesus. Lovey love. Wow, I ain't that expensive, but I respect that. Yes, okay. Derek, if you ever go and visit Bosnia and Herzegovina, aka Czechoslovakia, go and visit. Okay, I can't even pronounce that. Medjugorje? It is the most holy and spiritual place I've ever gone to. People and food is great. Good to know. Thank you for that. Para, I'm sure. A great agent. Derek, really. Spiritual, true physical healings happen there. I've seen them. It was a special 6 months for me. Never forget. God, that's fantastic. Para, maybe the government is calling with an offer. They know how to contact me. They have all my frickin' information. This I know, and I know it well. And I know they frickin' listen to me. I've had not just psychic hits, but it's been proven to me literally on live TV. It's literally been proven to me. I had a public conversation with somebody on Facebook for a very specific reason, because I was getting psychic information and somebody needed to be protected. And they got protected, and it was literally shown on live national TV. You don't tell me they don't frickin'. And there have been others. There have been a number of other situations. There are certain things, if I see something that is going to happen, that is a danger to certain individuals, whether I like them or not. I mean, I'll say something, because there are certain things that I know are not supposed to take place yet. So I will say certain things. And oh my God, I have another message. What the hell did I miss? Okay, no, I didn't. All right. No, they needed protection from hits they had out on them. And Para was just asking, they needed protection from the government? No, they needed protection from other individuals. Okay. Maybe the government is coming. Or you were grounded. Oh, better frickin' not be grounded. Oof. I've been grounded before. Thank you very much. No frickin' nope. Okay, so 2 hours 39 minutes, and we're getting close. I think I'm almost done babbling the frick away. I know I cannot do every Friday, but I do want to be doing this. I would like to do once a week, where we do kind of like an after party. The form of an after party, lack of better terminology. Come in and just chit chat away. I still haven't figured out. I've been told Monday is out. So that leaves Tuesday or Friday, depending upon what my Fridays are like. Yeah, it reminds me of old times. I was saying that you would ground your son if he didn't get back to you about the last time. Oh, yes. Honey, he's an adult. There's no way to ground him. Oh my God. I love that. That was great. That was great. Anyway, that was really great. Yeah, we might do this, but I've got to get different. I got to get music, free music. Whoa, I felt that. I'm not feeling it anymore. Wow. Okay. Anyway, babble away. I ground my 26-year-old all the time. I enjoy the eye rolls I get. Ouch. Ouch. That's funny. Ouch. Oh, I'm glad you like this. Okay. Me and my flew from Charlotte Airport to Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. We flew Lithuanian. I know what that airline is. I can never pronounce it, no matter even if I have stopped in Germany, then Germany to Sarajevo, 13-hour. Oh, dear God. That's a long flight, sweetheart. Oh, my God. I got drunk on screwdrivers the whole flight. Oops. Yes, there you go. That's the one. I love you, love. My adult offspring knows she'd better report in if I am worried. Being grown, don't excuse me. Right the done. Right on, woman. Right on. I love the eye rolls. God, I love that comment. That's a great freaking comment. I was a few days from turning 24. Yeah. Oh God, I haven't been on long flights like that since I was a child. Um, Flew from Seattle, Washington to Hawaii, and then from Hawaii to Tonga. Only we had a couple of stops, and boy, was it interesting. Anyway, but it's time. I think it's time to say goodnight. I give my kiddo all the freedom, but we'll keep her grounded when she needs it. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I'm an earth sign, so it's in my nature. You see, I'm a water sign. I'm a double Pisces, and then some. God, double Pisces and then some. That always makes life interesting, doesn't it? Um, I'm gonna check on a couple of people. Yeah, okay. Um, well, there's 10. It shows 10 people listening. So, I mean, folks are obviously listening as they're in bed, probably in the process of going to sleep. So, what are my thoughts on Bigfoot? Good night, love you, love. Oh my God, my thoughts on Bigfoot. I've had experience with Bigfoot. I've had communication with Bigfoot. I'm wide awake. Oh, well, yeah, I kind of am too now. I mean, this wakes me up after a while. Well, not after a while. I mean, you guys definitely woke me up because the energy in here is like it's kicking it. So, and now that I'm not screaming from uh, nerve pain, because nerve pain's not fun, and I absolutely freaking refuse to take that one thing that affects the brain. I can't think of the name of it right now. Um, they're using it for everything under the sun. I can't think of the name of the pharmaceutical. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Okay, Derek has asked, do you believe that Bigfoot are connected to aliens, like the aliens control them? Oh, F no. Okay. You know when, oh my God, now I can't think of her name. What's her name? When she comes on, she was on this week. When she comes on SOR. I cannot think of her name. I can picture her, I just can't think of her name. That's going to drive me nuts. Robin McCrae. Thank you. Mwah. Para, thank you. Ouch. So when she comes on, she's spot on with what she talks about. Seriously hardcore spot on. Gonna cough. Hey, God. Sorry, folks. Ooh, doesn't help anybody when they're trying to go to sleep and the person they're listening to cough. Sorry. That's why I try to hit mute, but I didn't hit it fast enough. Oh, it's 10:50. And oh, what part of the UK are you at, Jeanette? Still here, just listening mainly. Yeah, I've got folks in the UK that I call family. And they're not biological, but they're my loved ones. I've had, God, brain fart now. Oh, cool. I know right where that's at. Welcome. Okay, so Bigfoot, you were asking, Derek. Derek was asking about the Sasquatch. So, yeah, I've had some very fascinating experiences with Sasquatch. Matter of fact, after a 2019 experience in August of 2019, they started checking on me. And this specific, they're called a clan. That's what I was told that they specifically called themselves. They call themselves family, but they also call they have clans. You know, like the old book from the 80s, The Clan of the Cave Bear. That's what it reminds me of. Every time I hear one of them talk about, which doesn't happen very often, but anytime I hear them talk about their family, periodically the term CLAN comes up, clan. And they talk about, well, they talk about a wide range of things. But the ones that, there are ones that have abilities and ones that don't. And the ones that I've worked with, or dealt with is the wrong word, talked with, they've all got their abilities and their energy. And oh my God, they are incredible beings. Yeah, they've got a form of human in them, but they've also got a number of other races, species of beings in them as well. That's not just one or two or three or four. There's a number of ones, which is why our sciences can't figure out what the heck they are, or at least supposedly can't figure out what the heck they are. Yeah, there's no bed sheets involved whatsoever. These are living beings that they range from 7 feet tall to 25 or taller. Depends on what part of the world they're at. Like Dave has talked about that the farther you go into Canada, the farther north you go into Canada, so you get like 7 to 9 footers, 15 footers in his area. But when you go farther north than him on up into Alaska, you get 25-foot Sasquatch up there. I can't even conceive of that, but yet I've talked with and had actually 25-foot plus tall angels in front of me. So I can conceive of that, but yet I have a hard time with conceiving of a 25-foot tall Sasquatch. Figure that one out. It's just because of how my brain doesn't seem to be able to convert. It's one of those mind benders to me. That's 2.5 stories tall. Yes, it is. And you think of 2.5 stories tall, think about how wide. Okay, when I had an angel, I was a prime angel, stand in front of me, their foot was bigger, 1 foot was bigger than this table. And this table, ouch, 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 that my computer's sitting on, I always keep a tape measure nearby. This table is 29 inches long by 1 second. Sorry for the weird noises. By 19.5 deep. Okay. So that angel's foot was huge. Their leg was just ginormous. Oh my God. It was mind-boggling. So yeah, I mean, you're talking a really gigantic, humongous being. I can't even fathom how they and they're not those really large ones supposedly are not as friendly as the 15-foot tall ones. It's like from how it's been described to me, it's like a different race of being altogether. But they're still classified as a Sasquatch, as a Bigfoot. Dr. Melba Ketchum did DNA testing on Bigfoots, and one DNA test had almost 88% DNA matched to humans, says Derek. And Para says, yeah, she's doing fascinating work. Para, not that I understand it, but it still fascinates me. And then Derek says, YouTube search World Bigfoot Radio, Dr. Melba Ketchum 3-part series on Bigfoot origins and DNA. No kidding. I mean, that was an excellent series that Duke did. And Duke is the one who deals with World Bigfoot Radio. So yeah, it was fantastic. It was just, I loved it. I think I missed like the last few minutes of the third one, but it was just fantastic. So yeah, she really does do some excellent work. What the hell is that? Oh, that's my hat. I got a new hat that I just love. Anyway, actually, there's quite a few things there, Derek, but she would know more about it than I would, living there. Hello. Paris says, I wish more experts were taking her and her work seriously. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So anyway, back to the Bigfoot. They've opened a port. So this is a fireplace. I've got boxes in front of it. It's my art supplies in front of it. And then I've got a 2-yard piece of material over the boxes so that it's doesn't look like it's junk. It's not. It's my art supplies in Rubbermaid totes. Speaking of which, Rubbermaid should company Rubbermaid should sponsor me as well, because my entire apartment, if I've got storage, it's almost always in Rubbermaid totes. Oh my god, they are phenomenal. I've got stories about that too, but that's a different point. Anyway, so sorry, my eyes starting to itch. There we go. So about the Sasquatch. So in 2019, August of 2019, I had an experience. In May of 2019, I got told by not only my spirit guides, but by the by my family, who are spirits, and I got told, "You're going to be abducted." And back then, I was pissed. I'm still not a happy camper at being an ET abductee, but there are aspects of it that I very much, very, very much appreciate. And I've learned so much. I mean, there's a give and take with it. So here's the thing. I put out a psychic plea in end of May, beginning of June. Somewhere, but yeah, it was like the last couple of days of May up to the second week of June, and I put out I put out a psychic scream, and I didn't realize how strong my energy was. Even after doing what I did with the government assets, I still didn't grasp it. No, I've been an ET abductee since 2 years old or younger. I don't have much memory of it before too, but I used to say 4 years old, but it's I've since had more memories from the time I was 2 years old. Anyway, so, and I'm 55 right now, 55. So a lot of years of it. But back to the Sasquatch. So I put out this plea, and we were going to do my paranormal team that I was on. In August of 2019, we had scheduled this big event. Two actually. We had one half of the team at Mount Baker and the other half at Mount Adams. Yeah, Mount Adams. I'm going to think about the one that's down by Yosemite, but yeah, down at Mount Adams. It still is not right. Anyway, and being told that I was going to be abducted, I was pretty pissed. Because by that point, I had woken up. I was becoming more woken, awake about it. I mean, I was woken, but yet at the same time, I wasn't. It was kind of like a 50-50 thing. And when you wake up and coming through the wall of your bedroom over a fan that's aimed up at your ceiling, and you're butt naked and you're going right over it, and you literally go down through your sheets and your blankets and are put on just before you're put on your bed, you're shivering so much and shaking so much that I started to stretch, and they started basically releasing me. And in the process of my stretch, my toes curled around basically what was a shoulder blade, or a shoulder of an ET, and that woke me straight the f up, and I could not open my eyes. And I was still chattering, but I could not open my eyes, and they literally dropped me on the bed. And I went straight through. and this time I woke up. I was in pajamas. This is not pajamas, by the way. This is a old T-shirt. But I was in pajamas. I wasn't in pajamas when I went over the fan, and I came down, and the second they released me, I didn't automatically sit straight up. I went up onto my side because of my back and kicked the legs over and then sat straight up and then stood up. I mean, it was like fractions of seconds of each because by this point I'm in a fit. I was pissed. I was like, what the hell did I just feel? I don't have anything at the end of my bed where this happened. There was, my feet don't dangle over the edge of my bed. Why was I in the air? I mean, I had so many questions and I was pissed. And they were still in the room. Didn't see them. But I knew they were in the room. And so I had that experience. So 2019 was a gigantic freaking year for me. I had all this shit happen. And so here I had that. And then in May, beginning of June, I have this psychic mediumship where I literally have something on my TV screen just popped up with blue. So it's producing this blue aura type of thing all around in my living room. So that's what you're seeing on the screen right now. Anyway, so I had May, June, I had this being told by my spirit guides and by the spirits, my loved ones, that we were going to get taken, and I put out this psychic scream, and I didn't know that it was really a psychic scream. Oh, we could have a lot of conversation on demons. I've had experience with true demons and wannabe demons, Derek. And basically it ended up being where I got within, I did the psychic scream, and it must have been about 30 seconds later. 20, it wasn't more than 20 no, it wasn't less. That's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't less than 20 seconds later, and it wasn't more than 30 seconds. So somewhere between 20 and 30 seconds, I literally got told, and it was loud, but it was at a distance. It was very much at a distance. We will protect you. Or how was it say? I'm trying to remember the exact phrase. You and your team, all of you will be protected. We will not allow that to happen. And I said, who's we? And I got told the Sasquatch. I got an image in my head of a Sasquatch, and then or semi-image. I don't know how to explain it, but it was like it wasn't a full vision of a Sasquatch, but I got the point that it was Sasquatch, and that they will keep track of us, and they did. The ones down at Mount Adams had ET abductions, and yeah, that made sense to me. I think you came in later, Para. Para is saying your team. Did that make sense to you? I was on a paranormal team, and we were dividing up the team for this one weekend, and half the team was going to Mount Adams, which was down southern Washington, and the other half of the team was going to Mount Baker in northern Washington, which is real close to the Canadian border. You're very welcome. And so, and a number of other team members were that don't get to come in, didn't come, how do I word this? Were not as active in the smaller group, the weekly group, but they came in at Mount Adams, and then others were more active in and came in up at the Mount Baker site. So we had quite the team, quite the divided team. And the ones at Mount Adams, they got abducted. They also had experiences with Sasquatch. The ones up north, which is where I was going, I later got told that they watched us, Sasquatch literally teamed it, basically. So there were Sasquatch in like Seattle, Linwood, wherever a team member was going to be leaving from, they had a Sasquatch in like a cloak. I don't know how else to explain it. That's because, Derek, that's because you have. Don't ask me to explain that. I don't think I can, but I can feel it. The second you mentioned it, it was like, yes, that's correct. It's most likely another ouch! Most likely another lifetime. Anyway, so what I got told was wherever each team member was leaving from, they had a cloaked Sasquatch watching them. And then it would, as the car got so many miles away, then another one would watch, and they would keep track of all of us. And that blew my mind. I mean, it was so shocking to me that they would do that. And I was like, why would they do that? And so when I went, it was the first real, oh, that's a beautiful scene. It was the first real experience for me. I had other experiences as a child when I used to hike and camp with my family. I never once felt alone, and yet there were, whatchamacallit knocks, wood knocks, tree wood knocks, and there were sounds of owls and sounds of birds that were not normal in certain aspects of our forests of where I was. There were certain sounds that I knew were not normal animal sounds or normal. They were normal animal sounds, but they weren't. How do I explain that? Intuitively, I knew that they were, and this was me as a kid. But I never saw one. I never actually visually, not psychically, visually saw one. And it wasn't until August of 2019, beginning the first week of August of 2019. Well, we all got up there safe. We all got up there safe and sound. And we had an ET ship. It was rectangular. It was black. It was in the shape of a rectangle, but the size of it is what was so shocking. So if anybody knows American football, it was the size of 3 NFL football fields wide and football fields long. Don't ask me how I know that. I can't begin to explain it to you. But that's what I knew. And it was hovering above the trees, and And none of us ever left the ground. The Sasquatch made sure that none of us ever left the ground. So this is all brought on by a question, I think, between Derek and Para. So it was something to that effect. So between the two of them, I think, about the Sasquatch. And so there are certain Sasquatch clans that absolutely do not like the ETs in any way, shape, or form. I have a friend in a state that's not too far away from me. I can't classify it as the Pacific Northwest. I can't classify it as California South. I can't classify it as the Midwest. But she and her husband have a pretty good sized piece of property, and they have Sasquatch walking through, and they have a pretty healthy relationship with the Sasquatch there. The parents bring the Sasquatch babies through the property. They allow them to leave handprints on their vehicles. The Sasquatch borrow, I call it borrowing, different items. Off of, sorry, I heard something outside. Off of different God, that's disturbing, actually. Anyway, they borrow different things off of this couple's back porch, out of the yard. They've witnessed young Sasquatch, not little ones, not toddlers and things like that, but they've witnessed the teenager. That's the word the youth. That's the word I was looking for. They've witnessed the youth ones that are 7-8 feet tall. The parents are 12 to 15 feet tall. They have all kinds of paranormal on their property. Wonderful lady. Her husband is finally adjusting to the Sasquatch and the paranormal on the property. They've lived there for quite a while, I might add. So hubby is coming around. Okay. Robin is a psychic medium. Okay. That's the first thing that you have to understand, Derek. I'm going to tell you a story. True story, actually, that happened this year. I have talked about it before. It's in one of my previous live broadcasts. Couldn't tell you which one. You'd have to go in and look. Except for Thursday's broadcast, I usually list what the subjects are every few minutes in the description box below. I didn't do that with Thursdays. It's different than remote. It depends on the person, Para. It can be remote viewing. It can also be an astral. With me, I don't do astral very often. It's very rare that I do astral anymore. I used to do it all the freaking time. All of my stuff is in higher consciousness. I almost never astral project anymore. I do once in a blue moon, but I mean, it's really rare. I can, in higher consciousness, like I talked about earlier, I can be in anywhere from 2 to 5 places at the same time while sitting here. It's the same way with Robin. The kind of things that she's talking about different forms of ways you psychically see and different forms of higher consciousness. It just depends on what level you're at. So it may be that, I can't speak for her. I don't know exactly what form she's using. I've not heard her specifically state exactly what form she's using, but she does talk about it, and yes, it is possible. So here's the story, Derek. This year, I had somebody who's in SOR, actually, in SOR chat regularly, say, hey, Nikki, can you please take a look at this piece of property? There's something going on. I took a look at it and I went, holy shitballs. You've got a dogman. You've got something gigantic on your property. This person knows that they've got Sasquatch on their property, and periodically other things come through. And the Sasquatch, who had connected to me on a couple of occasions, specifically connected with me and allowed me to see through his eyes. I don't even know how he freaking did it. I want to know, but yet I don't want to know. That's where the human brain is like, no. But the intuitive, the psychic, the mediumship part of me is like, oh, give me more. I want to know how that happened. You got to show me how to do that. That was awesome. Freaking awesome. Let's do it again, baby. That was how I felt. The human side of me was like, what the was that? But what this Sasquatch did, and it's a 20-something-year-old Sasquatch. He's not a youth. I wouldn't classify him as a youth. I know other people that would. To me, he's somewhere between 18, 19 on into maybe 25, 22, 25 years old. Sasquatch can live for a long freaking time. I mean, over 100 years. No, I'm not going to do that because that'll easily reveal who it is. I'm not going to talk about that. But thank you for asking. I do appreciate you asking. Para was just saying, if you can do it without identifying who, would you mind saying which state? So I can't, unfortunately, because it'll definitely give it away. Sorry, I'm shifting in my seat. I appreciate that, Para. Says, understood. I don't want you to get in trouble. Thank you, ma'am. You're very welcome. But yeah, it'll definitely give it away. But this Sasquatch connected with me, and I was looking through my own higher consciousness. And while I was doing that, the Sasquatch connected to me while I was in my higher consciousness. While I was sitting here, too, I might add. Wow. And the next thing I know, I'm literally seeing through his eyes. His own Sasquatch eyes. Not only am I seeing through his Sasquatch eyes, I am seeing psychically through his Sasquatch eyes. I've never had this experience. It was truly, it mind boggled me. It fascinated me. It excited me. I was like, wow, you got to teach me how to do this, babe. I mean, seriously, I was just like, but at the same time, I was also, because Derek is asking how come the Bigfoot in Florida are smaller and notoriously more aggressive? Because they're not Bigfoot. Those are not, they're like in the same category, but it's not a true Bigfoot. It's called a swamp ape. It's not a, yeah, thank you. It's not a true skunk ape. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting tired. If I'm making easy mistakes like that, I'm getting tired. But yeah, Gugway and skunk ape. But yeah, it's a completely. You know how we have species, like we've got different sea mammals where you've got a shark and you've got they're not even the same species, Nikki. Hang on. My brain, I am getting tired. God, I can't think of what they are at this second. Anyway, it's in a certain gene pool, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so Derek is asking, so are they more flesh and blood? Here's the thing about them, from what I understand. There are different Sasquatch families, or AKA clans of families, who have abilities. They have all of their abilities. The family clans make sure that those Sasquatches have every aspect of their abilities. Then there are some Sasquatches that have no abilities because their family clans have not allowed it. Okay? So that is the difference between the Sasquatches. And then you've got a breeding issue. Okay? You've got a serious breeding issue at times because then you've got, from what I understand, certain females who have been kidnapped, human females that have been kidnapped, and situations of that nature. Now, the ones with psychic abilities and all of their abilities, based on what I understand, now I could be wrong, but this is what I understand of it, is that they do not do any kind of kidnapping of that nature whatsoever. And then you've got Sasquatches who have been kicked out of their family or out of their family clan, and they're considered rogue. So they may have abilities or they may not. So there's numerous different versions and categories here. That's where things get wonky. Then you're dealing with like the Gugway or the skunk ape. Different ball game altogether, but yet at the same time similar but different. Hopefully that makes some sort of sense to you. Oh, Para, that's awesome. I'm glad that Jeanette's listening. I mean, I appreciate. Excuse me, I appreciate you tuning in and coming in to talk, and everybody else. I'm assuming they've got me up either on their TV or they're listening on headphones on their. I was gonna say their Walkman. Oh my God, I am tired. Oh my God, what an '80s term. On their on their headphones, on their. I did it again. I was about to say telephone on their phone, cell phone. My God. Oh, I know. I need protein. That's the problem. Okay. I've got a little piece of. That's my problem. I need a little bit of protein. There we go. That'll help the brain. Oh, and I have a pill I need to take. Ouch. Sun's coming up in Florida. Well, yeah, you're what, 3 hours ahead of me? I'm at 3:29 a.m. in the morning, so you know. Sorry, guys. I have a little bit of a protein bar left. I gotta have something. That's why my brain is not. It's like, hello. So Derek and Para and Jeanette, you have any other questions about Sasquatch? Yeah, they came through a portal. I mean, they started checking on me after that August 2019 situation. They were in and out of here, and it was intense. You get one of those opening up a portal, and your apartment is nice and warm and cozy, and you feel this great, and you have no doors open, no doors, no windows, and the next thing you feel is kind of like a psychic pop. Sometimes it's a psychic pop, sometimes it's nothing, and and when it's nothing, you end up feeling ice cold because it's wintertime. Ice cold wind. Whoosh. And I was like, what the hell? And I'm like, oh. And then you have this odor, and you have the smell of anything from a skunk to garbage to wet dog to the smell of, and you don't have a dog. And the garbage was taken out. There's no logical accounting for it. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it comes in interesting. I thought I recognized your name. You've been in SOR off and on for a while, right? About, I want to say about a couple months, maybe 6 months, 8 months, maybe. Of course, I'm in and out. So, anyway, anybody like, subscribe, and share? This will be an interesting one to share. Oh, God. It goes to typical skeptical podcast rep. I don't know who that is. Skeptical Rob. Rob what? What's the last name, hon? Oh, that's okay. Be as skeptical as you want, honey. I was right there with you. I mean, me saying I'm an ET abductee with 26 hybrid children. Are you freaking kidding me? People are going to say I'm nuts. I don't care anymore. I don't give a shit. No, I don't know Rob. Okay. So, damn, there was something I was going to say. Oh, yeah. I mean, it was a hard concept for me to. I knew I had kids. I knew I was pregnant, but you talk yourself out of it. 3 and 4 months, and at 4 months, the pregnancy is gone. That's enough to really, yeah. That's why I haven't seen a lot of her shows lately. I really like Jessica Jones. She's got phenomenal energy. Matter of fact, she's one I highly recommend people watching. I recommend Dave's show, and I recommend Jessica's show. And I always forget her last name, so I'm really glad you put her last name in there. And anyway, brain fart. Yeah, I used to do. Used to do that too, Jeanette. She says I go to a few podcasts, whether it's UFO, paranormal, or cryptic. I think you mean cryptid. I find it all fascinating. Of course, I could be wrong. Anyway, were you ever one of the hybrid parents that they would bring back to the ship to spend time with us? Yes. What do you want to know? Ask me anything. I'll tell you flat out if I'm willing to talk about it or not. So, literally, ask me anything. That's always been my standard. I mean, that's why I have had, for me, I've had other parents' kids come to me and call me a second mom. So I've had 8 of those kids. I've had one biological kid, and my son could tell you that. He's like, oh God, we are, mom's right. We had everybody at our house. And even as adults, I mean, the parents knew. I had an agreement with the parents. So my house was always filled with kids. Yes and no. Derek just asked, is your son into the phenomenon? Yes and no. Although after what he just texted me tonight, we are going to have even more of a conversation. He's probably going to go, great, Mom, great. So, yes. Okay, so Jeanette says the only rub I sometimes go to is Bigfoot Michigan rub. It's the time zones when they come on can be very late for me. Oh God, I understand that one. Really understand that one. Yeah, I love BMR. Bigfoot Michigan Rob is phenomenal. Also check out Duke's channel. And it was just said in here, and Duke, every time, I don't know. World, thank you. World Bigfoot Radio. Jeanette, okay, I'm going to write this in chat. So we've got Duke's show is called Whoops. Oh my God, Nikki, you are tired. And Rob's. Whoops. Okay. Yes, Texas Front Porch is really good. So, oops. See, I am getting tired, Nikki. Okay, so here's the thing. If you want shows, go into my on this page, on this YouTube channel. Okay, here's the thing, Jeanette, and anybody else that's listening. I try to say this all the time. There are shows that I highly recommend, and those shows are in my Hang on, I'm gonna go bright white because I'm looking for. Oh my god, excuse me. Unexpected after time. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so no, a playlist. Go to playlist. See, I'm tired and I can't think of it. And I just saw you walk through. I don't know who the hell you are, but I just saw you walk through. That tripped me out. Okay. So go to my playlists and you will find World Bigfoot Radio with Duke. You'll find Paranormal Encrypted. You'll find Sasquatch. You'll find uh, everything that you could think of. Erica Luke's is really good too. You want to get into another show, look into Erica Luke's. Not enough time in the day for all the info I want to consume, says Para. It got so bright that I thought the aliens were coming for you again. Okay, that used to happen when I was a child. They don't do that anymore. They don't do that with me anymore. Anyway, okay. Also, Nathan from the Quantum Show. Yes, Nathan from the Quantum. Okay, I am not a fan of Goofon. Don't nobody hate me. Don't nobody leave because I said that. I'm not a fan. I like Amy with Alien Girl 111. Really like Nathan from the Quantum Show, yeah. And that's okay. I mean, we all have our likes, we all have our dislikes, and there are reasons why we like things and reasons why we don't. So let's see, what do we have? I'm flipping over here. We got that. Let's see. I'm going to do Keith first because Keith always puts me in. I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste. And here, I'm going to paste you. So I am posting different shows that I highly recommend. This is going to take me a minute, so chat amongst yourself for a moment. Okay. And here we go with another one. And this one is where you can find Susan Swanbeck, who does the free readings, mini readings. Yes, it's very much each to their own. What is the G in Goofon? It's Rich Giordano. So it's Giordano UFO Network, I think is what it is. Don't quote me on that. It's been quite a long time since I've dealt with that. Okay, so here's World Bigfoot Radio. So here's Duke. Putting Duke in there. Me and Keith have formed a good friendship. He has a new newsletter he does. Just send our Keith your address or email and he will send you a copy each week. Yes, he really will. He's really good about that kind of stuff. Okay, so World. Who else were we just talking about? I got Texas Front Porch, but I want to get the Bigfoot stuff first. Oh, for Pete frickin' sake, Nikki. Who the hell are you looking for? See, my brain is not kicking on all cylinders at the moment. Ba-dum, 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 ba-doo, 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 boo, boo, beep, bum, ba-doo, doo, This is not anybody's song but mine, so don't come after me. Bigfoot, Michigan. Why am I not see? Oh, yeah, there you are. Bigfoot, Michigan Rock. Duh! Bloody freaking hell, woman. Okay, so here we go. See, it's that kind of stuff I cut out of my head. I will not allow myself to do that. Oh, yes, thank you. Jessica Jones, and Jessica's show is okay. Come on, I gotta scroll up. Okay, where are you, Jessica? Woo! Oh! I hit a button. Don't hit a button, girl. Cryptid. There you are, Cryptid Huntress. And all right, Paramount. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone else you mentioned. Oh, there's a number of folks I'm going to put in here. Erica Lukes, thank you. Baby girl, where the hell are you? Erica, there you go. There we go. Okie dokie. I've met our Keith a few times on Nathan's show. I subbed to him last year, podcast. Only earlier this year I had the courage to come to chat. Oh, sweetie. Oh, honey. Go into more chats. Seriously. Just, watch, listen, learn, but be in chat periodically. Get your name out there. People are usually pretty... I need to do text. People are usually pretty good. There's certain chats you got to watch out for. No joke on that one. But these are all good folks. These are all pretty good folks. Okay. And I love when he comes on SOR and just does Q&A. Yeah, he's gonna. If I remember right, it's the first Friday of the month, so he's gonna be on next week. Okay. There's a bunch of them here in my brain. I'm just trying to pick and choose. We're gonna do Grant. Grant Cameron. Don't even get me started. That's a name I will not use verbally. Okay. Awesome. Oh, be careful of UFO Twitter. I have heard stories that could make your hair spin. So just be, yeah, you're very welcome. Just be very careful. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're going to do Lynn Wallington's show. I love Miss Lynn. She's a sweetheart. It was on her show. Okay, so let's see this. Okay. Come on. Copy. Okay, so this is an ET one. This is almost all ET and paranormal. This is God, I just forgot his name. Paul Hamden and Cyan, and they are based out of Australia, and they deal with the Zetas, which are the gray races of ET. Okay. That laugh from Steve. Yeah. Yes. Okay, and there are a couple of others I'm going to put. Yeah, do check them out, Para. Paul and Cyan are really good. They've got, they're both psychic. They both have extensive stuff. I am going to put. So everybody is different regarding how they feel about this one. I'm putting her in here anyway. Did I get? Okay. Like I said, everybody's different. Here's another one. I know this one individually. I know her personally, is what I'm trying to say. Her name is Harmony, and she has some very interesting. She does a lot of psychic stuff and a lot of Native American things, and it's very interesting. And then we've got Thomas Fessler. So here's from last night. Here's Thomas's YouTube thing. Thank you. That was who I was missing. I knew there was. Yeah, I like Akasha, Chris. Yeah, Mind Forked. Thank you. I gotta find her though. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, here's another one. Oh, I hit a wrong button. Okay. I don't have a whole lot to say on this one. But give a check out for Jeff. What was I looking for? Yeah, just a minute. Oh, this is a mandatory. You want to know about ETs? Susie Hansen out of Australia. Met her personally. I highly recommend her. Like, highly recommend her. Wow. She has been an ET abductee since early childhood. Phenomenal presentation. I saw her in 2019, I think. October or November of 2019, somewhere around there. I highly recommend her. She has some just mind-bending information about ETs. I would love to have her information, then Keith's information, and then it's a bunch of others. Oh God, there goes my brain. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Where the bloody hell are you? Let's see. Okay, I think I'm just too tired. I'm not seeing it. Okay, who the hell was I looking for? Ah, yes. There you are. Okay, and so this is Akashi Chris, aka Mindforked. God, there's another one. The guy that does music. Now I got to go into my phone to look for that one because for whatever, I'm too tired. I'm not remembering his. Come on, call it up. Go to your search. Nope, not today. Spaced out. Terrakalooks. Craft. Hey, where the heck are you? First Floor Audio. That's who I wanted to put in. Yeah. Oh, hey. Yes, that's who I was thinking of. Oh, God. Look up and there she has it typed in already. Yeah. I thought I recognized your name. See, I don't have it listed on this. There you are. Oh. Come on, why are you not opening up? There we go. One day ago. Yeah, there we are. Boom. Okay. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. God, it must have been from the sun. My head normally does not itch this much. Oh, I had salsa. That's why I'm itchy. Okay. I hit an allergy food without taking Azertec. F. How many times can I say F? That explains why I'm getting itchy. Well, son of a diddly. Yeah. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, now. I'm also gonna put the Government Oversight Hearing Accountability Committee or whatever the heck they're calling themselves. I'm gonna put that United States. Okay, so that. Whoops. All right. /UAB. Okay, and that is this one. Boom. You want to look into that? That's where you go to look. You get to see the whole 2 hours and 35 minutes or 34 or whatever the frick it was. I don't have the NASA one, although I should. News Nation seems to be the other one that is pumping it out. Thanks for all the links. Now get even. Hey, I used to be one of my other nicknames used to be known as the Information Lady. There's a reason why I was known as the Information Lady in the 90s and early 2000s. damn good reason too, I might add. Yeah. I mean, I was the gal with the info. Did I do? Yeah, I did Thomas Fessler. Definition, I did that one. Bigfoot. Oh, and this is where you can get the shows that I've been on for the last, what, year and a half, 2 years? Something like that. Those are the once a week shows. News Nation and Mystery Wired are both part of George Knapp's world. Yep, that's for sure, Amy. Certainly are. Oh, and I am going to promote Mr. Van Prague. I really do like him. His energy is phenomenal. He's a very nice gentleman. Good info. Really, really, really good info. Here's another one. Jason McClain. I like his stuff. Amy, you've got a wrench, so if there's any others that, because I trust you, if there's any others links that you can think of, go for it, dear. Ouch. Then you've got okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it. And then you've got Geraldine Orozco. Yeah, I know it's 4 a.m. It's 5 where you're at, so yeah. So there's Geraldine. Yeah, and I'm gonna go pretty soon. Well, no, I said that an hour ago. So, Samantha. That's who I wanted. Samantha Mowat. Okay, Miss Mowat. Okay, so my big folks of ETs. Here they are: Samantha Mowat, Susie Hansen, R. Keith Andrews, Paulin Cyan Hamden, me. I'm missing somebody. There should be 6 of us. There should be 6 of us. Why can't I think of who the 6th one is? I was trying to do the other one before I did me, and I can't think of my brain is just not. That's because I haven't talked to them yet. That's why. And I don't have validation from them. Okay, never mind. Oh, here's a really good show. This is based out of Australia. These ladies are freaking awesome. I'm fascinated by Samantha Mowat. Do tell after I tell you about these ladies. Okay, so these ladies are based out of Australia. They are phenomenal. Anne and Renata of Frightfully Good, Ghost Grannies. They know their shit. I highly recommend them. They know a lot of information. They've got a phenomenal attitude about life, about spirits. Just wonderful. I can't say enough good things about them, and I know somebody that knows them personally. So, really nice ladies. Okay. I think that's it. Hit me with your stuff, Para. Why are you fascinated by Samantha? Do tell. I want to hear about this. Oh, and I need to put in Spaced Out Radio because hello. Where'd you go? We did get Grant Cameron already. Wow. Yeah, that's painful. Stop that, buddy. Oh, the hill. No, we're not dealing with that. Not dealing with that either. Who the hell am I missing? Oh, there you are. We're Spaced Out Radio. Okay. And then, of course, we've got. And I know not everybody is a Spaced Out Radio fan. A lot of people are. Okay. Thank you for the recommendations, Nikki. I've subbed to some of them or already have. Good. Good. Para. Jeanette, you're very welcome. There are a lot of others, but these are the main ones that I would highly recommend you going to. And Amy, if you can hear me and you're still awake, you haven't fallen asleep yet, anytime you want to add, because you've got the wrench, I still believe, I think, you can post in the comment section below a link. It should go through and be okay. So hopefully that'll work. Well, yeah, there's very good reasons for that, Para. So if you can remember other links, Amy, go for it. Because I trust your judgment on stuff. Which is, hello, why you are a wrench. I've only got 2 wrenches. And the other one isn't in as often as they used to be. But anyway, okay, so Para says, I've seen her on SO, or we're talking about Samantha Mowat. So Para's saying, I've seen her on SOR twice, Spaced Out Radio twice, I think. But she seems so down to earth about these amazing experiences that she's had. She speaks so matter-of-factly about everything. Yes, she does. Samantha has, so I've watched for 5 years. Samantha has talked about some really fascinating experiences. I highly recommend you go back through Spaced Out Radio and go to 4 years ago and look into some of that. There are some things that she's talked about that are truly shocking. As an ET abductee, I totally understand where she's coming from on it. On things. She has very different experiences than I do regarding being a hybrid mama, ET mama, ET pregnancy mama, anyway, whatever. So, sorry, I thought I saw something over in my hallway and I didn't. It was just my eyes doing weird things. Anyway, and my eyes are fine. It's just because I look too fast and in a weird way. So, but anyway, yeah, check her out. There are, I'm going to click into my channel. There should be in the playlist of Samantha Mowat. I believe. Because she's one of my favorites. Yeah, I do. There's 6 videos that I've got of Samantha Mowat. I've got a file folder called Samantha Mowat. Look into them. View full playlist. Yeah, December 2019, August 2019, December 2016. I don't have a date for this one or a date from that one. Both of those were streamed a year ago. The first one streamed a year ago. So check into those. They're gold. Yeah, there's a lot of really good information. Samantha Mowat. Yeah, I highly recommend her. I mean, just the information she talks about is it's mind-boggling. I mean, truly mind-boggling. Yeah, it goes way beyond that. Go in and take a look at the ones that I've got posted, and you will go, oh my god. There are reasons. I mean, you talk about experiencers with credibility, with information, and just wow. I mean, I would love to see her be in front of, I don't know if she could do it or not, but I mean, there are certain experiencers, abductees, that I would really like to see give their testimony. She's one of them. She's amazing, truly amazing. And I can understand. I'm not going to say that. Anyway, that is just give her a check out. Also, look into. Oops. Um, Susie Hansen. She's based out of New Zealand. Yeah, I've actually said that to her in chat, and Dave read it. Or no, it wasn't Dave. I take it back. It was Lynn Wallington had interviewed her. A podcast I love is Jason Beershar's. Why do I know that name? I know that name. Sorry. Tommy Truthful, Truth Mafia podcast. I don't know that one. And on that note, we're at 4 hours and 8 minutes. So yeah, it's time to get going. And not Tinfoil Hat podcast. Yeah, there's a lot that I would not recommend. I don't know about this one. I've heard of it, but I don't know about it. To give my recommendation, these are podcasts that I would definitely spend time looking into. The ones that I put links in for, definitely look into them. Well worth the time, energy, and effort. Now that I have not heard about, well, obviously I know what simulation and I know what theory is, but I've never heard those two put together. Got it. Okay. So, well, we've got Derek, and we've got Parrot, and we've got Jeanette. Who else? And we've got Amy. So there's 4 out of 8. Who are the other 4 who are sitting and listening, or have you fallen asleep? Ha 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 ha. And you're listening. Anyway. God, there's a lot of things that we talked about tonight, folks. Derek says his knowledge of history is unmatched. Jason Brearshars. Oh, yeah, I do know that name. So I do know that name. Oh, that's something I want to put up here while I've got everybody on. Okay. Talked about all this paranormal. This is not paranormal. This has to do with health. Yeah, I definitely have to. I need to actually eat a real meal, and have some downtime, and then go to bed and sleep for about 12 hours if my body will allow me to. I'll probably only get 5 hours of sleep. Anyway, so we've talked about all this paranormal. There is a company I want to promote. It's where I get a lot of my supplements and stuff. I'll get there in a minute. So askhealthyway.com. They're based out of Linwood, Washington. Quality supplement shop. And do your research. I've been with this company, not selling, not promoting, nothing. I am a customer. But I've been buying vitamins from them for over 30 years. I'm trying to think of how long 30 years. So many quality things. So I wanted to put that in there too, because they've been so good to me and their products have been awesome. So, and there's an actual store in Linwood, Washington. So, anyway, on that note, Para, you are very welcome, my dear. Para says, thank you, ma'am, for all the time, info, and patience. I hope you get some great rest. Jeanette, Amy, it was nice meeting you folks. Derek says, is this the most people you've had? 10, yes. 10 people. I had, no, it went up to 13, it went up to 14. So that's the most I've had in a live broadcast. The most I've had to watch was 89, 98, something like that. So that was the most watched, most viewed, and it was about that painting. Actually, there's a story about that painting. That painting was from an experience I had when I was 8 years, or 2 or 3 years old, while I was on an ET ship. ET ship, folks. What is going on? Oops. Okay. So that I had my hand on a ship window, and that's what that was about. Anyway, that's for another day. You can actually watch it. There's a number of different videos on it. I mean, just scroll through my channel, you'll find it. I talk about it. But it's a memory. And this right here is the Butterfly Nebula. And this right here is a spiral galaxy, but I don't remember, or a spiral. No, it's a galaxy. Sorry. It's another galaxy. So I was on the ship. Anyway, but that was when I was 2 or 3 years old, and I put my hand up on, and there was an energy barrier, and I thought it was a window, and I didn't understand it. And I got told otherwise and immediately got removed. So yeah, there are stories I could tell. And I've had that memory all my life. All my life. So, but go and listen to it. Anyway, thank you folks for coming and for talking with me. And like I said, we'll do this once a week. I don't know how long that'll hold out, but and I'm not sure what day. It's either going to be a Tuesday night or a Friday night, and it's going to be either 12 a.m. or 12:30 a.m. Pacific time. So that means technically it would be into Wednesday or technically into Saturday. So anyway, good night, folks. Take good care of yourself. I really, really enjoyed having you come and talk to me. Thank you. Bye, sweeties. Yes, good day and Godspeed. Most definitely. Okay, now I got to find the button. Bye, guys.